My pleasure to reintroduce Dr. Mark McClellan.
Thanks, Garrett. Good afternoon, everyone, or morning, depending on where you are virtually. And welcome back to day 2 of the FDA Duke-Margolis Public Workshop on Enhancing Adoption of Innovative Clinical Trial Approaches. I'm sorry not to be with you there in person again today, but very pleased to be joining this important event virtually, as many of you all are as well. I'm Mark McClellan. I'm the director of the Duke-Margolis Institute for Health Policy, as Garrett mentioned, and we are very pleased to be convening this workshop under a cooperative agreement with the Food and Drug Administration. During this workshop, we're bringing together a range of stakeholder perspectives to inform FDA's further work on clinical trial innovation and to identify channels for better communication and synergies to inform collaborative initiatives. As came out very clearly yesterday, making real progress on clinical trial innovation is going to require changes both on the part of FDA and on the part of other stakeholders. We had a great full day of discussions on the progression of advances in clinical trials and shared lessons learned in implementing new innovation. I'm going to do a brief rundown of what we covered, but first, a couple of preliminary issues, I think on the next slide. This is a short note about our commitment to academic independence and avoiding taking partisan positions in our work. The Duke-Margolis Institute is part of Duke University, and we honor the tradition of academic independence on behalf of our faculty and scholars and collaborators. Finally, I'd like to remind all of our speakers and panelists to include any relevant disclosures or potential conflicts of interest in their remarks. From my standpoint, I'm an independent director on the boards of Johnson & Johnson, Cigna, Alignment Healthcare, and Prognomic, and I receive fees for serving as an advisor at Arsenal Capital, Blackstone Life Sciences, and MITRE. Duke-Margolis is convening this workshop, as I mentioned, under a cooperative agreement. For that reason, the conversation today, while supported through a cooperative agreement, is not a federal advisory committee. We will not be voting, making recommendations. This will be a success if we have a frank discussion of issues and everyone hopefully comes out with new insights of how to move forward on this very important topic. So on to the next slide, just a recap of a very busy day yesterday. We started with my fireside chat with Patrizia Cavazzoni, the director of the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA. We talked about the context for holding this public event on clinical trial innovation, what FDA hopes to learn from all of you to inform their future work in this space, and how FDA's work fits within the larger clinical trial ecosystem. The emphasis was on encouraging practical feedback at this meeting on steps that FDA, and for that matter, all stakeholders can take to move from the many promising activities and initiatives underway on clinical trial innovation to more systematic and routine and sustainable implementation of innovative clinical trial approaches that meet regulatory standards, that are fit for purpose, that generate more relevant evidence faster and at a lower cost, with benefits for all patient populations, particularly those that have been less engaged in traditional clinical trials. We then moved into a broader panel discussion on how clinical trial modernization is evolving with changing healthcare needs and changing capabilities for conducting evidence generation activities. Here, there was recognition that we still need to do more to better define and implement fit-for-purpose evidence generation that links clinical research into clinical care. Both regulators, including FDA CDER, and external stakeholders, including industry partners and others, have had to work to spread these kinds of sustainable changes within their own organizations. It's not easy. Implementation science principles can be helpful here for building change into the practice of clinical research, but must be coupled with intentional leadership and culture change to go along with it. Related to building change into the practice of clinical research, our next panel covered further regulatory and compliance issues. This group discussed how we can advance the future clinical trial enterprise by moving from theory to action on innovation with tangible, targetable, and scalable use cases. These use cases would be grounded in the realities presented by current regulations, technologies, operational approaches, and statistical designs, but would make room for the opportunities for advancement in each of these spaces that are being discussed here at this conference and beyond. The next group of panelists centered considerations around the patient experience within clinical trials. Valuing patient participation in research reflects that for many patients, participating in clinical research is motivated by altruism, by helping improve care for other patients like them. It's also, though, we heard, an opportunity for patients to receive the standard of care, which many patient populations do not necessarily presume is normal for them. We have growing evidence on how getting the perspective of populations affected by the disease or health risk and engaging with them during the research design process can be very beneficial and make the trial more successful overall in terms of running more smoothly, having less attrition, et cetera. We also heard that although burden is often considered from the perspective of an individual patient, we also need to think about burden at the community level, especially for communities that are now being sought after to address research disparities. Steps are needed to make sure that we're not overburdening them with research requests. Finally, we concluded yesterday by thinking more about how a growing range of sites and care settings can be better prepared for and engaged with the innovative approaches to trials that are coming down the pike. The panelists did a great job of pulling together key themes from earlier sessions around change management, defining fit-for-purpose evidence generation, making research continually patient-centered, raising awareness on the benefits of clinical research, and turning these themes and words into concrete implementation actions. This group talked about how capacity building is not just important for those working with the clinical trial infrastructure and the regulatory arenas, but particularly for the healthcare providers and healthcare organizations that are looking to deliver the best care for their patients under a challenging range of financial and staff bandwidth constraints. There was some good discussion of the importance of bridging the gap between clinical care and research as an important first step, but beyond that, of how to make progress on better aligned efforts and systems, not only to ensure that clinical trials can deliver the standard of care today, but also to increase access for patients to the treatments of tomorrow. Demonstrating the value of clinical trials to quality improvement efforts for routine clinical care can help build confidence and trust in operations and technology, regulatory compliance, and other key considerations for both delivering routine care and conducting fit-for-purpose trials. We're going to be continuing all these discussions here today with a focus on those forward-looking, practical, actionable steps that we can take as we collaborate across different regulatory authorities and industries. So going to the next slide, our agenda for today, we're going to begin with session 5 on global regulatory considerations, where we'll discuss the future outlook, anticipated goals, building on the progress to date to further align and enhance clinical trial innovation shared globally. Next, in session 6, we'll explore the future of collaborations and specific opportunities to coordinate and develop together with new trial innovations across industries. Then in the next session, in that same spirit of collaboration, we'll discuss viable partnerships across the clinical trial ecosystem to turn the implementation and adoption of new trial innovations from concept and shared goals into practical reality. And then last, in our final session, we'll wrap up this 2-day workshop on future directions of clinical trial innovations, discussing key insights and takeaways from previous sessions and looking outward on potential next steps. Through all of this, just as we emphasized yesterday, we really want to have concrete examples, ideas, feedback on how to get to practical, sustainable, larger scale implementation of all these good concepts and intents that we've been discussing so far in the conference. And then as part of that, on the next slide, just as a friendly reminder, we want to make these discussions as responsive to the stakeholder community, engage all of you who are gathered with us in person and virtually today. So please don't hesitate to submit questions. Whether you're there in person or here with us virtually, please contribute to the meeting through the Slido Q&A function. You can scan the QR code on this slide or go to the slido.com website and enter CTI, Clinical Trial Innovation, CTI, to join as a participant and enter your comments and questions throughout the workshop. And we're going to pass these along to the moderator and incorporate as many as we can into the discussions. So with that introduction and update from yesterday, I'm very pleased to turn to the director of the Office of New Drugs and the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, Peter Stein, to moderate our first session. Peter, thanks for being here today for this important discussion.
Sorry, I forgot how much of a virtual audience we have. I know it was an exciting and really productive discussion yesterday, and Mark's summary, I think, really helps us recognize how much we've learned just over the last day, and I know today we'll continue that learning. Well, I'm Peter Stein, Director of the Office of New Drugs and CDER of FDA, and I have the pleasure of moderating this first session for today, which is on global regulatory collaboration and challenges and clinical trial innovation. We have regulators from around the world join us, both here and virtually, to discuss existing initiatives within the EU, Canada, and Japan, and on fostering innovation in clinical trial design and operations. During the conversation, we'll also touch on challenges that each of these regulators have faced within their own jurisdictions. And we'll cover the experiences the group has working in ICH collaborations. As these collaborations have been joint efforts between regulators and sponsors, we're also pleased to have representatives from industry trade groups. Our panel's expertise stretches from policy development on statistical design and methodologies, with demonstrated thought leadership also on the impact of policy and statistical designs to clinical trial operations. As was the format yesterday, we'll have our panelists provide brief opening remarks before we dive into a moderated discussion. I'll introduce our panelists participating remotely first, and then those here on stage. So our panelists today include Yuki Ando, who is the Principal Senior Scientist for Biostatistics of the Pharmaceuticals and Medical Device Agency, PMDA, Japan. She has experience in the development of ICH guidelines such as E14, E9, E8, and E20 as an expert working group member, and she'll be joining virtually. Sarim Sarim is co-chair of the Pharmacometrics Working Group in Health Products and Food Branch and a senior pharmacometrics assessor at the Pharmaceutical Drugs Directorate in Health Canada, and is also a topic leader in the expert working group for ICH model-informed drug development guidance. Andrew Thompson is a statistician at the EMA dedicated to data, analytics, and methodology. He's also the regulatory chair for the development of Annex 2 of ICH E3, E6, R3, which focuses on real-world evidence and trials with decentralized and pragmatic elements, very much aligned with the topics we've been discussing yesterday and more today. John Zhang is vice president of biometrics at Regenxbio and is here representing the Pharmaceutical Research and Manufacturers of America, as he does in the role of rapporteur on the ICH E20 expert working group. Care El Zarad, one of my colleagues, is the director of the Office of Medical Policy in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, and he's also the rapporteur for the ICH E6R3 working group. Lucia DePont is an executive director for global regulatory and R&D policy at Amgen, and also represents Amgen in a number of trade associations, including the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations, who she is representing today. So with that, we will go around in that order to get some introductory comments. So Yuki Ando, I will ask you to give us some of your thoughts on this topic, please.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to this excellent workshop. I'd like to provide brief information about the effort of the Pharmaceuticals and Medical Device Agency, the PMDA, Japan. Currently in Japan, most of the clinical trials that Japanese patients participate in are multi-regional clinical trials. And of course, we have been increasingly required to take innovative approaches in the clinical trials or clinical development. And the PMDA has been working with this. And around the time of the GCP innovation activity in the ICH, new data sources and innovative clinical designs that can be used for the new drug application in Japan have been discussed. Regarding data sources, the Clinical Innovation Network and initiatives, the activity of using registry data for new drug applications was launched in Japan, and cooperation was established between the regulatory agency and the academic institute, like national medical centers. In addition, we issued the guidance document on the basic principles and the reliability issues of use of the registry data and the data sources other than registry data, actually, like medical databases as real world data. And like other regions, also in Japan, the COVID-19 pandemic promoted discussions of novel approaches to clinical trials, such as decentralized clinical trials or master protocols or platform trials, and the use of adaptive design and Bayesian statistics. So we have continued those discussions. And as already discussed, the recent discussions and the applications of clinical trial methodologies are advancing rapidly. In order to keep up the rapid development of the methodology recent years, we will have the more rapid type of the issuance of the guidance documents, so-called early considerations in Japan. So, in Japan, we had a very high-level interaction between the regulatory agencies and industry representatives. So the guidance document or such early considerations document will reflect the results of such interactions. Now, of course, the role of the internationally agreed guidance document through the activities such as ICH also significant. So as ICH E20, so we discussing the adaptive design. I think John will talk about this later. So ICH is expanding, and it may take maybe longer time to reach agreement. So individual guideline developed in each region could provide more specific information earlier. So we'd like to ensure that the innovative new drugs approved as soon as possible by proactively sharing our experience in the PMDA in Japan between various stakeholders, including other regulatory agencies and industries in the world. So, thank you.
Yuki, thank you very much. And you mentioned quite a few innovations and areas that your organization is working on. So let me turn to Saram. Saram, if you have some introductory comments, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. I would like to talk about the ongoing effort for harmonization for modern informed drug development, M15 ICH guidance. I think we all agree that there is countless number of examples of the way that modeling and simulation can help to improve or to support the clinical trial design and analysis of the result. The challenge is mainly about the variability and inconsistency in the acceptance of these approaches. And currently there is large variability in the acceptance between agencies and even between applications, between different applicants, and also even in the same agency for similar application. So our effort is to reduce this inconsistency because natural result will be and it is currently the underutilization of these approaches and the less than efficient integration in drug development. So the work that we are going to do is mainly to adopt some kind of risk-based approach for the assessment of MIDD generated evidence, and mainly also we are working to integrate a framework for the assessment. The main objective of this framework is to enhance communication, to provide more clarity about the criteria for decision making. And finally, also within this effort, we are emphasizing on the integration of MIDD within the strategic planning, because the MIDD can inform the clinical trial design, but it needs to be informed also by data collected in the clinical trial. And using MIDD can be extended and within the clinical trial, basically in order to allow more efficient conduct of clinical trial, or even more efficient planning of clinical trials, because integration in clinical or strategic planning means we will focus more effort on collecting the right data and even in conducting the right clinical trial or in the most efficient way. And also in this regard, I think that application of modeling and simulation, and it is an example of innovation approaches, will help in us in our objective, because our the main objective of conducting clinical trial, which is providing substantial evidence for efficacy and safety. And what we can emphasize that conducting large, long, and highly controlled clinical trial is not the objective. And because of that, the modeling and simulation and similar approach can help us to have shorter, smaller, and more flexible clinical trial that can achieve the same kind of high quality evidence. And also, I may provide also some update and information about clinical trial modernization initiative in Health Canada, which is in the same context of this workshop, is an effort to increase the acceptability and applicability of innovative approach in the clinical trial conducted in Canada. And in this initiative, we are also applying risk-based approach for clinical trial requirements and inspection, and also we have more flexibility regarding the clinical trial application. And I think I will stop for now, and thank you.
So thank you very much. And you raised some interesting issues about how innovation needs to be enhanced both within your organization and then outside the organization. I think the theme will come back to. Andrew, let me turn to you for your introductory comments.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me today, and sorry I can't be there in person. So innovation can mean different things to different people, as Mark mentioned in his opening comments. If you talk to a statistician, they might think of the Complex Innovative Design Program, FDA. More operationally focused people might think of using EHRs to collect data, for example. And even if you specify design, that can still mean different things. And that's not bad, it's good. It means that innovation is happening in lots of places within the trials ecosystem, and that's reflected by the diversity of experience in the panelists in today's session. When I started in the regulatory system, first role was a statistical reviewer, and the medical reviewer said to me quite early on, your job is to tell me whether I can trust the data or not. And it's not about fraud, but they want to know, are the numbers in front of me telling me what I think they are, and are they what I'm interested in? And historically, there have been at least two key guardians of that trust, which has been GCP inspectors and statistical assessors and reviewers. And they've had roles in ensuring that the data and the insights that are derived from them are of a fit for purpose quality. And I think it's clearer here that the issues in common across these groups in face of all these different types of innovation. Now, it's not just how do I know my type 1 error is properly controlled if I have a Bayesian adaptive platform trial, or how do I access source data in EHR in order to convince myself it's acceptable. Because what it is, it's change management. Innovation is change management. And changes don't need to mean that our concerns are any less important or valid. And crucially, it doesn't mean that we're lowering our standards, but that the way that we go about doing our job may need to be different to ensure that that trust is there. And I think that applies to all parts of the system impacted by innovation. So one thing that's happening, I think, is in some of these innovative ways is the blurring of the boundaries in these trust obligations. There's not so much anymore kind of a clear box for inspectors or assessors. And also new expertise is needed potentially. So understanding, for example, the individual quirks of a real-world evidence data source. Epidemiologists who actually do the studies on these data sources understand the limitations of them very well. And it might be important to tie together pharmacoepi studies expertise with inspections and assessment. And I think ICH E6 Annex 2 is a good example of that. Being able to bring in the right expertise at the right time is key to effective global development. Of course, the regulatory system is broader than just the assessment of phase 3 studies, and it includes clinical trial approval. So in the EU, we have our clinical trial coordination group, and they had a paper on decentralized trials as active engagement of GCP inspectors and assessors for that as well, because each part can't just exist in its own silo. And we have ACT-EU, which is an EU-wide program where one aim is to ensure that these separate parts nevertheless remain connected to each other during guidance development processes. That's not the only guidance document we have. We had a pause due to Brexit and then the pandemic, but we're getting up to speed. There's a bit of a backlog of things that we'd started and had to pause for a while, finishing those off, but we're now slightly more forward thinking. We're addressing it in many areas. So we've had recent guidance on single arm trials. That's been out for consultation, and we're digesting the comments, and it'll be updated version later this year. We've also had a high profile reflection paper on AI. And again, we're digesting those comments. Perhaps less well known is our data quality framework, which we now have a finalized version published. Personally, it's been an essential document whilst generating content for E6 Annex 2. We're also currently writing guidance on master protocols. We're launching a guidance on Bayesian statistics and some other innovations that are underpinning clinical studies, quantitative systems pharmacology, PBPK, and as Sarah just mentioned, the kind of the work underpinning the modeling aspect is really key as well at the ICH level. So it's very much an active space, and EU regulators are delivering lots of relevant guidance here. And I think if trials are going to innovate and regulators are going to change what they do in order to maintain their standards, then we do need to communicate that clearly to the whole regulatory network and to sponsors as well. Finally, I think in the EU, we also need to be aware of downstream stakeholders such as payers and HTAs within the EU. We need to make sure that we stay connected to them, and ultimately that innovation helps bring safe and efficient medicines to patients in a timely as possible fashion. Thank you.
Andrew, thank you very much. And you also highlighted a number of themes that I think we'll need to come back to, which is that moving from sort of the traditional approach, we could sort of be more siloed in a way, both as organizations and as well as functions within organizations. But with innovation, we're pressed to really break down those silos. We need new skill sets, but also a lot more collaboration, both collaboration within the organization and across our various regulatory agencies and working with sponsors as well. So thank you for highlighting a number, I think, of really critical aspects of how we need to move innovation forward. Well, now I can move to some of the panelists who are in the room with us. So John, let me ask you for your comments.
Okay, make sure it's working. First, thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel discussion. So, for this session discussion, I would like to share, my experience with the work at the ICH E20 expert working group about, how the industry organizations and regulatory agencies, we work together in this forum to kind of make the future regulation more practical and more efficient and then how we're going to provide the guidance to the industries to design a fit-for-purpose adaptive clinical trials. And that will kind of, how I should say, kind of increase efficiency in regulatory review and decision-making, as well as kind of broaden the acceptance and also adaptations of the adaptive clinical trials in the drug development. So that's what I'm going to talk about today. I mean, regarding the ISH E20 scientific working group, I mean, we are charged to develop a global harmonized guideline on adaptive clinical trials. And I mean, the objective is to provide a transparent and harmonized set of principles for the design, conduct, and interpretation of adaptive clinical trials. It is critical, right? I mean, people may have said that in the past, I mean, we have been using adaptive designs for clinical trials in drug development or biologic developments for 15 years. And there are different guidance across different regions already. And why do we need to do this? I mean, the reason is that even though there are different guidance across different regions, but there's still different perspective existing in the regional regulatory guidance. And I mean, this kind of different perspective can result in uncertainty in global drug development programs. And this will hinder the further use or broader use of adaptive clinical trials in drug development. And for example, in one article published in 2018, and the data actually show that, I mean, based on the review of literature and clinicaltrial.gov data, it shows that after 2010, I mean, the adaptive design was used, I mean, substantially less in drug development. I think possibly due to the uncertainty and different perspectives in the regional regulatory guidance. I mean, that's one of the example. So, I mean, to cut short, I think it's kind of critical now. I mean, in this opportunity and critical for this working group to generate this harmonized set of regulatory guidance for the industry and as well as for the regulatory agencies to use. All right, so the main deliverable for us, in addition to what I just talked about in the objective, I mean, we will also discuss the potential benefit of adaptive clinical trials. On top of that, we also need to point out the potential challenges. I mean, adaptive clinical trials is good, but it's not one thing fits all. So we need to design the trial that is fit for purpose. In addition, we will talk, in the guideline, we will describe the documentations that's important for planning and implementation of the clinical trial, and the interaction between sponsors and the regulatory agencies. And finally, we'll provide like training material as well. Yep. And maybe let me talk a little bit more about what this working group is. This working group is perhaps the largest ISH expert working group. We have about 35 representatives coming from all ISH members. And we have a very balance of clinical and statistical expertise in this working group. Surprisingly, I mean, many people thought that adaptive design is a statistical thing, but in fact, the clinical perspective is really, really critical here, and also the clinical trialist perspective is also critical. And therefore, in our working group, we have all different expertise. And I mean, they all coming from the different regulatory agencies across all regions in the world, and also from health organizations as well as the industry organizations such like pharma, who I represented. And I mean, the collaboration between industry and the regulators in developing this adaptive design guideline, we call it the guideline for adaptive clinical trials, is really critical because, I mean, why we have the inputs from the industry and working with the regulators on this guideline, it kind of enable this working group to incorporate the different perspectives and considerations from the regulators across the world. That's number one. And number two, and why we write this guidance, we also get the input from the industry representative regarding the practical consideration related to organizational considerations, such as the program development, right, the design and conduct of a clinical trial, and also the operational considerations. So those are very critical considerations in developing this adapted clinical trial guideline. By doing this, I mean, it kind of enables us in the future to have a truly global harmonized regulatory guideline, right? And also, it also can be, I mean, allow the this guideline to be more effective and efficient to be used in like regulatory assessment, decision making, and also scientific advice to the sponsors, and at the same time to our sponsors. Right, with this guideline, I mean, I don't want to say it's a perfect guideline, but with this guideline, we will do our best to provide the proper guidance to the industry so that they can design a fit-for-purpose adaptive clinical trial, and that will kind of get back on my first point again. It kind of enable the possibility for broader acceptance and greater adoption of this kind of clinical innovation. Maybe I should stop here.
John, that was really helpful, and again, I think it illustrates some of the challenges we face, and I thought it was particularly interesting that when the adaptive design guidance came out, that there was initially sort of reduction in the implementation of adaptive designs, and I think you made clear why that was, which is when we think about innovation, you can't just launch an innovation. We're in an ecosystem where there has to be alignment across the ecosystem with other regulatory agencies. And interestingly, as you mentioned, the reasons why even sponsors are critical to have engagement, understanding, and participation, because we can't move forward with innovations when we're doing it in an isolated fashion. That's really one of the challenges, I think, that I've heard, and there's a theme in moving innovations forward, which is we can't do that singly. We can't do that within individual disciplines. We can't do that within individual components of our larger ecosystem. All have to be engaged if we're going to actually really implement innovations. You illustrated that just so well. And for another illustration, we can turn to Kara for your introductory comments, please.
Thanks so much, and a pleasure being with all of you again today. I feel like I'm sandwiched between experts. So my comments are really at the higher level policy levels, but I'm hoping to reflect how we're actually trying to modernize not just the guidelines, but also the processes to develop those guidelines. Let me start just by saying that I think it goes without saying for this audience that when it comes to clinical trials, we have to think globally. I think it's a must, not an option for us. And this is not just because clinical trials are increasingly, the sites for clinical trials are increasingly global, but the reality is that data sources are also increasingly global. Technological tools that we're seeing are also developed globally. So it goes beyond that. And also, more critically maybe, innovation is happening globally. as part of the ICH-E6 group, we've been hearing from, our colleagues in Japan, Dr. Kenichi Nakamura, who's the academic advisor from Japan on the ICH-E6 group. He's leading the conduct of one of the largest decentralized clinical trials in Japan. And this is in the oncology area, which is something I thought, by mistake, that oncology and decentralization may not work together. He's showing us wrong, and he's showing a very robust clinical trial with decentralized elements. The use of DHTs in multiple clinical trials in Africa. The ubiquity of having cell phones and trackers is actually very conducive to certain types of clinical trials in Africa. And of course, all of you heard from Martin and recovery clinical trials. So all that to say, innovation is global. And I think when it comes to clinical trials, the default is thinking globally. As for FDA, we have multiple engagements globally. We have the bilateral meetings with our colleagues from across the world, and those are frequent because we try to really exchange information and have opportunities for mutual learning. But I want to focus a little bit on ICH today. And as all of you are aware now, without going into specific guidances, but if you think of E6, E8, E19, et cetera, that mentioned over the last couple of days, our engagements are really focused on modernizing clinical trials, on facilitating the incorporation of those innovations that we call fit-for-purpose innovations on those clinical trials. And if you look at those guidelines, again, E8, E6, E19, and others as well, we are encouraging streamlining, minimizing complexities, efficiencies, focusing resources and efforts on what matters most. This is in alignment with critical to quality, for example, and QBD that were mentioned. As I stated yesterday, across the board, you will see proportionality, risk-based approaches, fitness for purpose in a very targeted way across all those guidelines. But what about the process? We are also working on modernizing the process of the development of those guidelines. For example, for ICH-E6, we piloted publishing the principles, the updated principles, before even we get to the point of the typical public invitation for input. We just put what we have out there for the public to see and to acknowledge and hear back from everybody. Engagement has been a really big part of how ICH has been developing ICH-E6 specifically. We piloted a program for engagement with academic stakeholders. We quickly realized that the group itself, although large and comprehensive, still doesn't really include all the expertise that are needed. So we have actually a panel of 6 academic experts from 6 regions, I believe Canada, the US, Brazil, Europe, Japan, and China are represented with academic experts, providing us details that I would describe as essential to really help us point down what matters most, and areas that ripe for confusion and potentially over-interpretation. So I would hope this approach will be standardized and will be even improved as we move forward into the future. And then the area that we did not get to it yet, but also having an effective training program. Historically, a training program is really a description of slide set that goes over language in the guideline. And I think that's really not going to be adequate when we're talking about innovative clinical trial designs, the intricacies of certain approaches. We want use cases, training that actually go over realistic use cases and highlight where GCP guidelines may be overinterpreted or expanded beyond the intent of the regulators. So I think that's part of our plans here. Now let me just finally switch the base a little bit. To mention that sometimes, and this is maybe on my personal view here, harmonization may be premature in some areas. There are areas where we think we need additional learning. We need a little bit more realization of the divergent approaches across the globe. Not to pick on a specific area, but AI has been discussed. Real world is another area. I think a lot of us are still learning. And frankly, take the real world. The databases available globally are very different. The approaches to data is very different. So I don't want to consume the idea of working globally with just harmonization. I think working globally include also engagement to align and mutual learnings as well. And those are equally important before we jump into a harmonization effort. In ICH, sometimes we discuss it, sometimes certain concepts have to go to the lowest denominator, agreeable denominator across the board. That works in a lot of cases, but may not work in every case. So I think a very thoughtful approach for when we are ready to harmonize is a critical aspect and is equally beneficial to the community at large. I will stop here. Thanks, Peter.
Peter, thank you very much. The last point you made, I think, is a really interesting one, which is in a sense, we have many laboratories for innovation and for moving things forward within our organizations, for piloting and for experimenting and developing our thinking on things. And the way you framed it is it's really a staging process of developing our own understanding, exploring concepts, approaches, processes, and developing them to a point where one can bring that to the larger ecosystem. But without the innovation that occurs locally, we're not going to get to the ecosystem level harmonization. I think that's a really important point. We'll come back to that point as well as your experience in E6. Lucia, let me turn to you for your introductory comments.
And so, yeah, I'll bring you the perspective of industry, the European industry, so FPA, knowing that clinical trials are often global, so in the wider context. So at FPA, we are definitely committed to advance innovation in clinical research, enacting a vision for faster and also smarter and more patient-centric clinical trials. And I will explain what we mean by that. In Europe, we have a long-standing tradition for clinical trial and a great infrastructure for conducting that. But recently, in recent years, we have seen an increase sort of fragmentation of implementation of regulation and standard, and also increased complexity in enabling clinical trials. So for that reason, we have data that actually clearly show that we have a decrease in authorization and conduct of clinical trial in Europe. We have data for 2020 where we have a median saying that 19.3% of the global clinical trial were conducted in Europe, and that is versus 25% and a bit more over the last 10 years in total compared to other jurisdictions. So what does it mean, that decrease for patient? Well, it seems to be not a great number, but it is. The impact on patient is great because it means that those patients in Europe, they don't have access to innovative treatment, and actually they can really not benefit from the last advancement in care. So at FPA, we are looking at aiming at reverse that trend to enacting this vision. And what we mean for faster clinical trial is simplify, harmonize, and streamline a faster process for approval and start and conduct a clinical trial. Smarter means embrace emerging fit-for-purpose technology and innovation in clinical trial design, and also more patient-centric means that we would like to enable early involvement and early cooperation with patients to further develop patient-relevant outcomes. So you see that all of this is really aligned with what we heard yesterday and even today from all the panelists. So there is a really great potential here for enacting on this action globally. And I'm going to mention what we can build upon. We can build, at least in Europe, upon a number of initiatives that some of them they were already mentioned. So for example, accelerating clinical trial in the EU. Andrew has just mentioned that at EU is a great initiative. I encourage the audience to go and check the 360 work plan to 2026 with many tracks. It's really, the ambition is really amazing, and we are really supporting that. So the vision is for smarter, better, and more insightful clinical trial in Europe. So total overlap, or anyway alignment with what we are looking for. But ATU is not the only initiative. There are others in Europe that are very interesting, and they've been launched by the regulators. There is one that is MedEthic EU, so it's looking at more collaboration and platform between ethics committees, and ethics committees are a very important component of the entire ecosystem. and also collaborate, which aims at fostering the collaboration in national competent authority for clinical trials in Europe, and also another one that is called Combine, which is launched by the European Commission and is a clinical research group, and aims at tackling an issue that we have at a combination clinical trial with IVD and drug, and also drug device combination products. And I'm going to go over again this topic because it is emerging and very important. So all of these initiatives can contribute to the global clinical trial research ecosystem, improving them. And if we look at certain area where Europe can lead and be the pioneer, if we see the EMA decentralized clinical trial guidance, and also Andrew also already mentioned the reflection paper on AI. Those are guidance and initiative that other jurisdictions can look at them, and they can foster also more international and global dialogue. So finally, we also strive for a faster and simplified approval process and opportunity with risk-based approaches and proportionality and reliance. So if we look at the OECD recommendation already for 2012, there are a number of jurisdictions we see in Europe and in Canada, UK, and Switzerland, and others. They've already embraced those recommendations for risk-based approach and proportionality. But still, we have some area of misalignment or resistance. So where are the opportunities that we can build upon to build that kind of trust? So that those recommendations, they come to greater fruition. So finally, opportunity for international collaboration. There are so many, and at FPI we believe that there is a scope for strengthening collaboration between EU regulators and FDA, PMDA, and others, using a number of platforms and on a number of topics. So for example, clinical trial methodology, including complex innovative clinical trial design. We have already mentioned, ICH, E9 estimates, so that is a great opportunity. Adaptive trial, ICH as well. But also, learning from the PDUFA, FDA, well, not a pilot anymore, but a program, so the CID use cases. We see in Europe other use cases. Those are discussed at scientific advice. EMA is a bilateral closed-door interaction, and also scientific advice with the competent authority. There is a greater opportunity for dialogue and for sharing that kind of experience. Also GCP modernization, that is really important. EPNI also was mentioned at E6 ICH. But also from the ATU, there is a work stream that is looking at a strategy for the clinical trial analytics. So that is also an area for further collaboration, how we can use better the data that are already available in clinical trials. And finally, this topic about combination product and clinical trial with combination product, IVD, medical devices, but also digital as well. This is a gift of innovation in science and technology, and that kind of integration that we see happening more and more. So where is the potential for aligning international on those standards, those criteria, how we can facilitate that, and where is the interface? And also, is there a way in which we can foster a sort of a continuous end-to-end process for submission and cloud submission and tools? So successful in clinical trial requires collaboration from all the stakeholders, so all the parties that we mentioned over these last 2 days, and is worth it, is an investment in trials, is a measure about how the system, the entire clinical research ecosystem, and also the pharmaceutical framework is functioning, so it's worth it to invest in it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's interesting, one thing that you mentioned that really resonated was we have a sort of a broad way of interacting and developing approaches to enhance innovation through ICH and other such collaborations, particularly ICH. But we also sort of have a bottoms-up approach, which is if one organization, if one regulatory agency is pushing on an innovative approach, such as CIDD, these are global trials, and so decisions that are made in one area resonate and in a sense have to interact with innovations that are going to then occur and globally. And we can provide learnings from a program in one part of our ecosystem in one regulatory agency out to others as well as to industry. So learning kind of from each other bottoms up as opposed to simply through ICH is very, very much important. Well, thank you all for those opening remarks. Just a reminder for our audience, please use the QR code or visit slido, slido.com, and enter the code CTI, Clinical Trial Innovation, online for submission of questions that you have. Well, hopefully we'll have some time at the end of moderated discussion questions for questions from the audience. I want to pick up on an issue about sort of making progress. We've talked about some guidances, some ICH work that's being done to move forward in adaptive designs in E6. But we also have a lot of guidances that are already out there at E6, for example, that may not embrace some of these innovations, may even present barriers to innovation in some instances. How do we deal with that? How do we recognize where there are guidances out there, whether ICH guidances or regional guidances that may not be entirely compatible with innovations we're trying to move forward? How do we identify that, and what are the ways we approach moving forward with whether it's renovating the existing guidance or starting again? And I might put Care and Andrew on the spot because of E6. Obviously, you dealt with an ICH guidance that is a very long and complicated guidance as it needs to be. How did you deal with trying to identify areas within that existing guidance that were barriers to innovation? How did you modify to make sure that we kept the principles that were critical in GCP within that guidance, yet be able to embrace innovation that was going on, real-world evidence and decentralized trials and many other areas where maybe there was some friction between existing guidance and the needs of these innovative approaches?
Thanks for that, Peter. So, in one hand, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for thanking me. Thank you. But I think we were lucky a little bit for E6 because we have actually a published, I would say, academic critique of ICH E6 that was provided to EMA and ICH from academic stakeholders who actually detailed specific issues that touch on everything from over-interpretation to being narrow-minded in some areas that actually we're seeing innovations in. So we started by a thorough analysis of that. Then we followed up, I believe this is also CTTI, Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative, did some great work and targeted interview, survey and targeted interview to see what parts of E6R2, the existing part, that are problematic and ripe for overinterpretation. So we had a starting point, if you would, to help us understand what are the main issues are. And what really was useful is for the full group to come on board on, okay, these are the issues that we have to address. But add on top of that, you see rapid innovations at that time, including DHTs, more so in the last few years, but we're seeing those innovations happening even beyond the critique we received on the original R2. So how do we also accompany those innovations and open the door for them as we move forward? So we approached this in multiple ways. One key aspect was having an external group that looking at what we're developing. We're considering those six academic as caucus of their own in ICH term. When we have a document ready to go for internal reviews for each member organization, we consider those caucuses. So the way we looked to academic stakeholders as their own caucus. So we send them the document for review and to provide us feedback. And many of you know Martin, he's not shy of expressing his opinion. So we received some really good reviews from our academic stakeholders. Those comments really helped us shape the document. But I would add one more thing, Peter, that I personally struggle with as a policy person too. Policies takes years to develop. Guidelines, guidances takes years to develop. So obviously we need to accelerate that timeline. But even with that acceleration, there is also limits and capacity issues. So how do we start designing a little bit for more robust updates into the future? And I'm not claiming I have perfect answers here, but one aspect we try to incorporate in ICH E6 is to design the principles as their own entity and then go into annexes. And the idea that we hope will materialize in the future is that in case, let's say, a section of ICH E6 R3 is not or no longer compatible with certain designs or causing some issues, is that we will be able to go in a surgical way and update that section. And that's the reason we have annexes and principles and the structure of it. So even the structure is trying to lend itself to really being robustly responsive to the community. I hope this will be helpful. I don't think that's the full answer here. I think we have a long way to go, but I hope I touched on some of those.
It's a really interesting point. I think it's a really important point that we need to be thinking about as we're developing guidance is how do we make them continue to be fit for purpose? Innovation is happening at a very fast pace. How do we make sure that we both foresee how our guidances can accommodate future innovation, but also how do we structure them in a way that it really adapts? That's a really interesting point. Andrew, let me bring you into the conversation, also working on E6. I don't know if you have any additional comments to Kara's comments on that.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Kai said. I think on top of that as well, is I've only come in for Annex 2, which is the real world evidence and the pragmatic trials and the decentralized elements. And what's been nice about that is having that combination of new expertise, but also with the people who've been involved with the principles in Annex 1 from the beginning. So we have that kind of continuity of expertise as well as the new ideas coming in. And that's actually quite an efficient way of developing these guidances. And I think that the kind of annex process rather than reopening a whole guideline is definitely one that has potential for being reactive to changes in the ecosystem. I think on top of that as well, within the EU, we have the opportunity for our working parties to have interested parties meeting. And to be honest, one of the feedbacks we get is that our interested parties and FPIR and people like that are very good at telling us when they perceive there to be contradictions or challenges with our guidances and asking us to update them. And I think making sure that you have an appropriate process in place to allow interested parties to interact with regulators in an open and honest way is an important part of making sure that the guidances themselves are fit for purpose.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Andrew. I'd like to move to something, Sarah, I think you mentioned this, but I heard this done from you as well, which is the importance not just of developing approaches that can be broadly applied and where we need to find international collaboration, but also working within our organizations to make sure that we're moving our entire organization forward. I thought a comment, Andrew, that you made, which was that in years past, we could work in somewhat siloed fashions, but with innovation, we need to work in a much more cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary way. But it also means that we have to be able to get our entire organization aligned with using these new tools. Sarah, you mentioned the challenges for MIDD within your organization. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about that. What were some of the challenges you found? How have you brought your whole organization forward in accepting, utilizing, pushing forward with use of MIDD and maybe expanding its use to areas outside of the traditional applied areas for MIDD?
Thank you for this question. And I think it is something that it can be generalized to all new approaches. When you have something new, it will be reviewed in a case-by-case basis. And even we have the same case, different reviewer we can have slightly or completely different conclusion. So, and this is one of the reason why, for example, we supported the development of the MIDD guidance as ICH guidance, because we see those guidance as guidances for industry, but also guidances for the reviewers. So what we are trying, and while developing this guidance, is we have continuous consultation, internal consultation, to be sure that what we are including those guidances, are applicable in different area and is consistent with current practices. So the inconsistency, it was mainly when we talk about inconsistency, we think it about between agencies, but even within agencies, we have this inconsistency. And I think one way of dealing with it is to emphasize high-level recommendation in the guidances or in the, because if we go into the details, it could work perfectly within the scope that we see, but in any case that we didn't consider, it will not work. And this is what we are working also to achieve within the guidance that we are working on the M15 is to have high-level recommendation and to avoid specific examples. For sure, we will have specific examples for training materials, but training material can be seen as old or it can be updated or even in the literature. So what we are aiming for is to have a guidance that can be used for long term, because as has been mentioned, the innovation is continuing and we want to support innovation, but we don't want to limit it.
No, thank you. That's very helpful. And John, you mentioned also some barriers within companies in adapting to innovative approaches. Adaptive design can be pretty challenging. It changes timelines. It changes resource allocation. What are the strategies you're thinking about in getting companies on board? Because obviously, if sponsors aren't willing to adapt in new innovations, adaptive design studies, it's not going to go anywhere. So how do we get industry also aligned with taking up innovation?
In general, I think the industry is willing to advance innovation in drug development. I mean, there's several considerations from the sponsor point of view. Number one, oftentimes the sponsors management is worried about the regulatory acceptance. And I want to share my personal experience. I mean, I work for several pharmaceutical companies now in the past. And every time we bring up innovation, and people are scared. They're scared because they don't want to take the risk and spend the time develop this development program and end up with not being accepted by the regulators. I think this is the biggest fear in the industry. And of course, I mean, there's some complexity. Innovation does not come for free. It's just taking adaptive design as example. But there's a lot of considerations to make sure, I mean, this clinical trial is fulfill the good clinical practice and make sure the conduct of the trial and the data is helping, is interpretable, right, and helping the regulators to make proper assessment and finally being able to make a regulatory decision. And those complexities, I mean, sometimes it doesn't help on all situations. So, I mean, the industry, like me, people like me, we have to make sure, I mean, when we talk about innovation, that innovation is fit for purpose. It actually addresses scientific question that we are facing, answering the right scientific question, and then the design and conduct has to be properly implemented. So those are things we need to consider. Maybe I should stop here and see, I mean, if you want me to expand on anything there.
No, I think that's an important point, and obviously it's both acceptance within the company, adapting to the changes within the company, but also, as you point out, the importance of certainty that what you're going to do is actually going to be acceptable. Mm-hmm. So, but please, if you have additional comments on that.
Yeah, then there's also education to the sponsors as well. Not every sponsor companies are fully understand the regulatory environment, and the regulatory acceptance oftentimes interpretation is kind of subjective. So like the clinical trialists like me, we have to educate our internal stakeholders from different disciplines to understand what the regulatory requirement is. And that's why it's critical to have a harmonized international guidance. I mean, oftentimes when we develop a clinical program, it is international program, right? It's a global program. And I mean, small company or big company, they have different thinking. But in general, it will be more efficient to develop a program that's acceptable for internationally. And the education of us, and also understand the regulatory environment and the collaboration that I really appreciate, like the CID program from FDA, open the door for sponsors to come to FDA, to have meetings with FDA to explore, the innovation acceptance, and whether or not it is fit for purpose or not fit for purpose. So I think the education part is also very critical.
Education undoubtedly critical within our organizations and more broadly in the ecosystem. I'd like to turn to talk about international collaborations and the value they can bring. And I wonder, maybe Yuki, I'll turn to you and ask if you can sort of comment on the importance of international collaborations in advancing and harmonizing innovative trials across jurisdictions, and what your perspective is on international collaborations to try to foster innovation across jurisdictions.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for the question. So yeah, at least in the PMD review and the consultation meeting, when innovative design are discussed, the core personnel, the clinicians and the biostatisticians. And while there is a wide range of the information exchange among, global regulatory agencies, particularly in the area of the biostatistics. For example, there is also information exchange among the biostatisticians at least FDAC, the EMA and the PMDA. And recently, the advanced design and the methods are the topics of such discussions. So for actually in the PMDA, we have the less, guidance document compared to the FDA or EMA, but such interaction between the regulatory agency, contribute to our internal discussion about the innovative design. So such the exchange of information among regulatory agencies prior to the development of international guidance is also important. And derived from the discussion of international guidance is also important. International guidance, also important because each regulatory agency may consider the need for the further detailed considerations or discussions for such the implementation of such guidance documents. So regular exchange of the information is important at any level of the interaction. Can contribute to the efficient international drug development and other discussion in each regulatory agencies. And actually, the international collaboration, like the ICH, there is one episode like in the consultation, maybe the experience in some companies, based on the experience in some companies, there was a kind of the myth, like Japanese PMDA will not accept the adaptive design. So we didn't know about that, but between the during the interaction with other regions or companies or regulators, we realized that, and we realized that we should provide more guidance document or guidance like information to the to the stakeholders globally. So yeah, we'd like to continue the any level of the interaction between the regulatory agencies and also with the sponsors. Thank you.
Thank you. And Lucia, maybe I'll ask you the same question about international collaboration and how you see that particularly important in advancing and harmonizing innovative trial efforts across jurisdictions. Please.
No, thank you. So if I may also on the other point that was asked, yeah, full support. I mean, industry is definitely keen to innovate, to adopt innovation. We are doing that every day. So innovation doesn't happen in a vacuum. It's a matter of a number of components coming together. So it's the advancement in science, in technology, now in methodology, the component of different stakeholders coming together. And if I may, this conversation like 2 decades ago or even 10 years ago would have been a different kind of conversation because the world around us has really changed. It was more, I mean, when I joined the regulatory system decades ago, without disclosing my age, it was very much like almost a bilateral interaction between the sponsor and the regulators. And now it's completely changed. So there are new partners coming on board. There are, biostatisticians and experts in methodology. There are pharmacoepidemiologists, more and more, digital health and IT guys, and we have not even seen what is coming on in terms of AI, machine learning, and everything else. And the patients are more on board, and the clinicians, the academics. So it's taking care of the entire ecosystem for clinical research. And going to your point and your question about international collaboration, also we are more aware about clinical trial needs to be global. And why? Because actually the advancement in science and technology has brought us personalized medicine. So with smaller population, then we don't have enough patients. The trial needs to be global, needs to be also more inclusive, needs to look at diversity in clinical trial. We are so much more aware about how to design smarter and more impactful clinical trial. So in terms of the international collaboration, we need definitely this partner, this key expert globally to come together. We need more dialogue amongst the regulators. And there are, avenues there. There is the ICH, but ICH is, I think you alluded, the sort of the balance. Where is the balance right? So harmonization is the top of the pyramid in terms of the ultimate goal. But before there is convergence, and before there is understanding and listening to each other. Where is the place where we can have that? So we have seen, for example, at FPA, we have fostered a number of workshops on a number of topics like digital health, complex innovative clinical trial design, and others. And we have brought international partners, never only European, regional, international partners. So dialogue first, convergence, harmonization, looking more broader at other platforms like the International Coalition for Regulatory Authorities, the ICMRA, or others. So where are all these opportunities for dialogue? This is what we're looking for. Thank you.
I think that's a really critical point, that ICH, top of the pyramid, but we need the base of areas to interact, discuss, develop well before we get to the point where it's in guidance. And Kira, so you have a comment, please.
Can I add just a couple of quick points? One area that maybe not surprising to everybody, but it was surprising to me, is the guidances that came out during the COVID, the disruption of clinical trial guidances. Although different regions came up with their own guidances, the alignment between them was really substantial. And I think big part of the credit goes to the engagement we had previously and during the pandemic to make sure we're aligned globally. So again, global engagement, global convergence is really critical. The DCT guidances from the FDA and EMA, if you look at those guidances, are also addressing similar issues, targeting similar risk-based approaches. So I think that the benefit of engagement globally goes far beyond ICH, and it shows. One challenge I was going to mention, and this is maybe again from a policy perspective, as we move forward, we're seeing more entities, more service providers are involved in the trial, or all the way from Wi-Fi provider to do cell phones to data vendors. How do we encompass all of those groups now that are increasingly having a share in the clinical trial enterprise into also the policy development? How do we take their sector into consideration? I think AI is going to constitute a big challenge for that in that regard. And I think we should be proactive in that. I don't have, a great solution, but I think we definitely should expand the umbrella of reach globally to include all those new service providers. Thanks.
A really good point. Well, I want to see if there's any questions from the audience. I think we have some microphones maybe set up, so please. And then, of course, for our virtual audience as well, if there are questions, please do submit them, and we'll try to, I know we don't have a lot of time left, but hopefully we'll be able to get your questions as well. Please.
Yeah, thanks very much. Martin Landre. Kay, you said I wasn't shy in coming forward, so I didn't want to disappoint you. I just want to reflect on some of the discussion and give some thoughts and feedback on some of what Kay in particular has said. I think the first thing is that regulating innovation is almost an oxymoron. It's almost a contradiction in terms. Secondly, regulating clinical trials is not really the objective here. The aim is to regulate medicines. The better the evidence we have that informs those regulatory decisions about medicine, the better health we end up with. So I think we need to be very careful not to put the emphasis on how do we regulate the hell out of clinical trials, and how do we actually regulate towards having better information on which to make those decisions. My third element on that would be that when one is thinking about innovation, then by definition, it's forwards-looking, it's uncertain. Regulating the past is relatively straightforward. There's experience, there's expertise, there's things you've seen before. Regulating the future is really hard, and you can't just set out the who does what, how they do it, where it's written down, who can or can't change a data field, where the data is stored, all that other stuff. You have to regulate on the basis of principles, because the principles will stand the test of time, they'll stand the variation in context, they'll stand the emergence of an entirely new disease, they'll stand the emergence of an entirely new therapeutic strategy, and so on and so forth. So constantly referring back to the principles is key. Lots of people have talked about fitness for purpose. And part of the purpose of, for example, inspectors and others is to control whether there is fitness for purpose. You can only assess fitness for purpose if you understand purpose. Now, as a sort of little test, I noticed once or twice that the MHRA was recruiting for new inspectors. And so, without any actual intention of applying, I went and thought I'd better look at what the job description was.
And Martin, I'm just going to mention that we have a few minutes left, so I'm going to ask you to sum up because I do want to give some opportunity for us to respond
the point
to your
is,
comments.
Experience in doing trials, ever having done a trial, experience in being trained in how to do trials was not a requirement. Experience in knowing what the rules were was a requirement. And one of the criticisms that I think is reasonable is that if the rules are written by policemen, you only see a very skewed, expert in its own way, skewed view of the possibilities. And therefore, I think, although we're talking lots about harmonization, let's all agree on something, compromises, otherwise we might call it, we actually also have to think about the end goal, and we think about diversity. That's not just how do regulators talk to each other, that's not just how do regulators talk to pharma and sponsors, but that's actually how do regulators talk to those who are actually thinking about the methodology or taking part. And I'll finish. Thank you.
And Martin, I think you've basically set up the next panel that we need to have to discuss a lot of the comments that you made. Kara, let me turn to you for a response, and I'll ask other panel members if they would like to respond as well, but please, Kara, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. So when we started on E6 and when we started actually in a lot of our clinical trial policies, we do not see them as the policing guideline. Big part of what we're trying to do is to not just open the door for innovation, but actually to encourage the appropriate use of innovation. So that's actually a target for policy development for us. Now, your second point regarding engagement, I think this is why we have really an external group of academic stakeholders, because we recognize that ultimately we're inspector heavy and we really need a diversity of views. And I think moving forward into the future, we definitely should consider additional stakeholders being part of the trial. Right now, during the ICH discussion, we discuss even ethical issues and should we interact with IRBs, for example, before we made any language that's relevant to them. So I think the challenge, and I would leave you with this, the challenge for ICH is when we see that in the 6,000 comments we got on ICH E6R3, by the way, is that you have the bona fide experts who've been doing clinical trials forever and telling us, that the principles are enough. We know what we need to do. Let's focus on the principles. But then you have regions with a little bit early investigators, early career investigators, asking us for more details, asking us for more clarity. So I think the challenge for the ICH is really to walk that fine line. And sometimes we're going to succeed, sometimes we will not. This is why we think, for example, training will be a very critical modality to show in action how a clinical trial can be conducted in alignment with GCP. A lot to be said there, Martin, and it's always a pleasure. Thank you.
Kara, thank you. I just want to also perhaps reflect one other point, because I think the issue isn't regulating innovation directly. Something that John said I think is really important to underline. What the guidances provide to industry who are running these trials and to academic groups that are running trials is a confidence that this work is acceptable, that the way this is being done will meet regulatory standards. There needs to be confidence. And so unless regulators speak about innovation, provide guidances about what's appropriate, what's not outside, what's outside the bounds, how to embrace innovation in the most productive way, then innovation won't occur. And so I don't think it's regulating innovation. I think it's embracing innovation and bringing it into the sphere of where it can be used by industry and academics in a way that meets regulatory needs. I think if we think about it, without that kind of involvement that regulatory agencies have in helping to establish, define, and put limits on where this can be applied, nothing will go forward with new approaches. And John, I can see you had a comment as well. And then I see we have 0 seconds left, so we'll have to break soon
I'll
after
be
this.
quick. On top of what Peter said, I think the guidance that ICH, at least in our ICH V20 working group provided, is not going to regulate and hinder the innovation. In fact, it's doing the opposite. Right? I'm not going to repeat what Peter said, but even for sponsor, we provide clear guidance for sponsor and clear considerations for the sponsors when they design this trial. How to design a proper planning, design, conduct, and analysis, and ensure the interpretation of the data can actually answer the question that is in front of us. To make it quick.
Great. Well, listen, I want to thank the entire panel for a really thoughtful discussion. I'm hoping we can give everyone 30 seconds for a final comment. I'm looking, or you're the boss. I'm the boss. Well, this is not usually, but this is right. Nice to know now. So let me just go around. Lucia, final comment, and then I'll go to our panel.
So really taking up from the previous comment, so science is always leading, regulation is following, and the innovation of today is already past and is old tomorrow. So it's about building a system that is catering for innovation, and the key of that is definitely dialogue, multi-stakeholder dialogue, and collaboration internationally.
Great, Lucia. Kara, your brief comment.
I'm not going to repeat what you said, Peter. I think truly regulation should be facilitating innovations, and we are working into that directions, and global harmonization, global work together is essential to that. Thank you.
Absolutely. John?
So innovation is critical for tomorrow's life, no matter for us or for the patients. Right? So we should embrace innovation as the science and technology advance and evolve. And I just hope all the stakeholders work together, learn together to promote innovation.
John, thank you. Yuki, final comment?
Yeah, thank you very much. So, we had a discussion about the guideline, but I think the guidance developing the guidance document is not a goal. So the important point is how to implement that guidance document with detailed discussion with a lot of stakeholders. So yeah, we'd like to proceed such process for the future innovative clinical trial design and clinical development. Thank you.
And Saram, your final comments?
Yes, actually, I think that with innovation, there is increased risk from regulatory perspective, but the solution for that is to use innovation to mitigate this risk. For finally, we hope to keep the benefit and mitigate or hopefully eliminate the risks.
And Andrew, your final thoughts?
Thanks. Well, on top of everything that everyone said, I'd say harmonization might be the goal, but don't underestimate the huge benefits of alignment and understanding as well.
Great. Well, I want to thank our panel again for their thoughtful input. And I think we are taking a break and coming back at 2:10. So for those virtually and for those here, we'll be back 2:10 for the next panel. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll get started with session 6, which is on collaborations, across industries to leverage innovation in clinical trials. My name is Ryan Ferguson. I'm the director of the VA Cooperative Studies Program Coordinating Center in Boston. That's a mouthful, but I'm the director of a small clinical and data coordinating center for the VA. It's my pleasure to moderate this session today. My apologies for my voice. I'm a little scratchy. It might go in and out. I guess that's the perils of air travel nowadays. But we'll be talking about collaboration. And when it comes to implementation of innovative approaches to clinical trials, there's a lot that has to be done behind the scenes to ensure that each stakeholder knows what their responsibilities are and performs accordingly. It's also important during this time to receive buy-in from each of your stakeholders. And it's at that point where barriers often come for innovation and implementation of innovation within clinical trials. From my own work within the VA, creating and helping to lead the diuretic comparison project and many other large-scale pragmatic studies, I spent a lot of my time convincing doctors and patients that embedding research into clinical care does not pose a burden to delivery of that care or to the standard of care. And that same process plays out throughout the whole spectrum of the healthcare industry, from the chief financial officer and the chief medical officer all the way through to the frontline allied health professionals. We're negotiating and making sure that incentives are aligned. And across industry collaborations necessitate that same alignment of incentives, but that only across organizations. And I'm pleased today to be joined by a panel very full, as you can see, of speakers who can share some lessons that they've learned from bringing together private and public partnerships in order to expand the use of data collected from real-world data and settings to develop tools for improving drug development and for establishing pragmatic clinical trials. So for this panel here today, we have Angie Goldsberry, a development asset lead for Biogen, having recently joined as part of the Reata acquisition and continuing to lead the Reata clinical assets. We also have Luke Kaczynski, a scientific director in the quantitative medicine program at the Critical Path Institute. We have Neil Maripol, a vice president of research oncology at Flatiron Health. Stacy Adam, is an associate vice president at the Foundation for the National Clinical Institutes of Health. We have Jeff Allen, president and CEO of Friends of Cancer Research, and John Concato, the associate director for real-world analytics in the Office of Medical Policy at CDER at FDA. As with our last sessions, we'll start with opening remarks from each of our panelists, and then we'll move into a moderated discussion. So today we'll start with Angie. Angie, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. It's great to be part of this wonderful panel. Yesterday, we heard about the recent approval of the Friedreich's ataxia drug mentioned, and today I'm happy to have the privilege of sharing with you my experiences with collaboration and innovation that led to that first drug approval to treat the rare disease of Friedreich's ataxia, or FA. I was fortunate to have a front row seat for the entire clinical program for FA, spanning from the first FA patient dosed through launch. As some background information, we, the sponsor, came to FDA with results from a single pivotal trial, the MOXIe Part 2 trial, and hoped it would be enough to proceed with an NDA filing. FDA agreed it was a positive study, but it said it did not fulfill the criteria for demonstrating substantial efficacy and recommended that we run an additional study. For additional context, Friedreich's ataxia is a rare, serious neurodegenerative disease. The primary endpoint for the pivotal trial was mFARS, short for the Modified Friedreich's Ataxia Rating Scale. mFARS is a 100-point scale, and duration of the clinical trial was 1 year. The study results showed a difference in mFARS between drug and placebo of 2.4 points, with a p-value of 0.014. The primary endpoint results were good, but they weren't strong enough to support, they didn't have strong support from the secondary endpoints, and we needed something more. I'll quickly touch on 3 points about the eventual FA drug approval that are relevant for our meeting topic. First, the drug approval for FA is an example of the COVID-19 pandemic prompting innovation. The pivotal trial readout was at the end of 2019, and we were having meetings with FDA in 2020. Receiving the recommendation to run a second trial in the middle of a global pandemic in a rare disease was difficult news, and under normal circumstances, it may have been possible, but in 2020, we were forced to think about alternative ways to generate confirmatory evidence. We had up to 3 years of additional information on patients treated with the drug, since the patients from the MOXIe trial continued receiving treatment and completing their efficacy assessments in an open label extension study. We just needed a way to interpret these efficacy data. And that brings me to my second point. Work done by the patient advocacy group, the Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance, also known as FARA, and our partnership with them were critical elements contributing to the drug approval. We partnered with FARA throughout the clinical development program, but long before we were ever involved in FA, FARA had established the clinical endpoint of mFARS and started a prospective natural history study called FACOMS. The natural history study provided important insights that informed clinical trial design and helped characterize the disease progression. Our trial collected much of the same data as the natural history study in the same way, at the same sites, on patients diagnosed in the same way. The FACOMS data met the criteria for a high-quality source for an external control. And importantly, through collaboration between FARA and CPATH, these data were already publicly accessible. FARA and CPATH had set the stage for leveraging the natural history data as an external control. Additionally, we collaborated with FARA, who were the experts on the natural history data, to identify the appropriate prognostic factors used for calculating the propensity scores to select a matched control group for the natural history data for comparison with our open label extension data. And the outcome was a well-matched control group that made the efficacy data in the extension study interpretable. And my final point is the collaboration with FDA that resulted in a robust data package for drug approval in a rare disease. By FDA requiring the confirmatory evidence, the 3-year propensity match analysis did more than just reinforce the results of the placebo-controlled study. It also provided new information about the durability of the treatment effect. These data were important for approval, but they also provide important context for patients and prescribers. And in summary, the FA drug approval is an example of where partnerships were key to successful implementation of a fit-for-purpose innovative approach.
Thank you, Angie. Next, we'll hear from Luke Kaczynski. Luke?
Thank you so much. So for those of you who don't know me, I work largely on meeting unmet needs in clinical trial, drug development really, through statistical approaches and innovative trial design methods. I'm here as a delegate for Klaus Romero, who's the CEO of CPATH, who expresses his regrets at being unable to attend today. And I'm very honored to be on this panel and be able to contribute to a really important discussion. I want to just start with a little bit of background on some of the work we do at Critical Path Institute, because I think it gives a good example of how different collaborations across industry can be used to leverage innovations. So we have a slogan, which is advancing drug development, improving lives together, and that's basically what we do. We act kind of as a neutral convener where we bring together a lot of different industry groups as well as other groups, including regulators, patient advocates, academics, and more, to kind of collaborate, work together, and share data to meet unmet needs in drug development. A lot of what we do is kind of focused on the drug development planning stages rather than the actual running of the clinical trials. So a lot of what we do is we will build these disease progression models, which then get turned into a clinical trial simulator tool, and that's used to help inform how a trial might be run. And I think these disease progression models are a good example of collaborations helping innovation, because they they give us a natural history of a disease along with the variation within different populations. And they require a synthesis of both statistical and mathematical knowledge with biological and clinical knowledge. So they really benefit from collaborations between modelers and clinicians, and that really helps make better models. And they also benefit a lot from, or they require really, relevant data. Without relevant data, we're basically just guessing. But data, as I think NGR has already mentioned, is getting data, sharing data is very tricky, and that's putting it mildly. Data are often proprietary, they're full of sensitive patient information, and they can be viewed as giving different groups a competitive advantage. So the way we're able to overcome those challenges at CPATH is by our nature as a nonprofit. So we act kind of as a neutral space where different groups can come together and collaborate and share data. And because we get to work with a lot of different groups and a lot of different, and have diverse relevant data sets, we end up being able to build more robust models and clinical trial simulators. So just to give an example of one of the tools that we built for Alzheimer's disease, we have a lot of different groups within CPATH. This one is called the Critical Path for Alzheimer's Disease Consortia. It involves a lot of different groups, industry groups, academic groups, and regulators and more. And as part of an effort there, we designed a clinical trial simulator tool that allowed for enrichment based on hippocampal volume. And this is an important point for Alzheimer's because hippocampal volume is one of the biomarkers that's been proposed as a good way to identify patients who are early in the stages of Alzheimer's. And anyone who's familiar with Alzheimer's knows that's such a huge movement within the field to try to identify people as early as possible to hopefully find people who can be treated successfully, because obviously if you try to treat someone who's already at the end stage of the disease, even if you have an effective treatment, it might not show any effect. So through a lot of different collaborations, a lot of work from modelers and clinicians and others, and through sharing of data, we were able to design a disease progression model that included hippocampal volume, and then a clinical trial simulator tool that allowed for enrichment based on hippocampal volume. And then these tools, once they're built and go through a regulatory process, so this was a tool that went through a regulatory process, these models can serve as kind of a, I guess you could say, like a template for further exploration, for adding on further innovation. So we also had a broad agency agreement with the FDA for model-informed drug development. And as part of that agreement, one of the things we did was update the Alzheimer's tool in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic to do a couple things. One was to include information about dropouts in kind of a pandemic-like situation where a lot of patients can't make it into the clinic, and then also include a module for what happens to the endpoint if you were to switch to virtual assessments, where you have a less controlled situation at home where the measurements are being taken rather than a controlled situation in a clinic. And this tool has contributed to some of the successes we've seen in Alzheimer's today. So I think in the interest of time, I'll stop there. I just want to say that I hope that helps give some example of how, at least give some example of the ways I've seen collaborations work at CPATH that have helped with innovations, and to note that the challenges we're facing are great, again, to put it mildly, but I think our best hope of meeting them is together. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Next up, we have Neil Maripol. Neil.
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'll start by saying who I am, my background, because it provides some context for my perspective on everything that's transpired over the past day and a half at this meeting. I'm a medical oncologist, and I had a career in academia for many years, and about 6.5 years ago joined Flatiron Health, which, as many of you know, is a health technology company, which has been quite an experience, and in many ways sort of a shift of the way I was used to doing things and viewing the world. At the same time, I learned that as a clinical investigator historically, the goals are shared between my former organization and current organization, and actually a theme that has emerged here over the past 24 hours in terms that I've heard again and again about this idea of bridging the gap between clinical care and clinical research and enabling research to take place in routine care settings is actually the vision of Flatiron, which is to bridge that gap through the application of science and technology. So what do we do? You may know Flatiron as a company that has an electronic health record. We're an EHR provider, and we have an EHR that is built for community oncologists. And as such, we have a nationwide network connected by this electronic health record called OncoEMR, which allows us to build out decision support tools as well as tools for the documentation of routine care. Over the past few years, we have built out additional capabilities in clinical research, recognizing that there's a limitation to what can be achieved from real-world data that is routinely collected, and a large part of our effort has been over the past decade the curation of real-world data from electronic health records. But we are now extending that based on the network that we have for the collection of real-world data through OncoEMR, as well as academic partnerships that use other EHR systems, plus our understanding of clinician workflows, and the ability to curate data from the EHR at scale. We're now applying in prospective clinical research, in the clinical research arena. And I'll mention some sort of specific ways in which we're doing this, all the way from clinical trial design to clinical trial execution. The broad goal being, can we make clinical trials more representative, more inclusive, and more efficiently conducted so that the research output is greater overall and also the results are more generalizable. So what are we doing? So first of all, we're using our curated real-world data that is routinely collected to help design studies. So we're using real-world data to model the impact of inclusion and exclusion criteria decisions on the available patient population. So for example, by modestly loosening IE criteria, we found that you can increase the pool of available patients for a typical clinical trial by 70%. And there's a disproportionate exclusion based on routine criteria of the exact patient populations who are historically underrepresented in clinical trials. So I'm talking older patients, Black patients, for example. In addition to study design, we are using the EHR data in real time to help identify patients in an automated fashion for available clinical trials at the sites. So often called patient matching or patient surfacing. In terms of execution, one of the huge pain points that we've heard again and again, and that I experienced when I was in the academic world, is the staffing required to transmit data or to copy data from the EHR and other data sources into electronic data capture systems. So a lot of manual effort, a lot of transcription, really sort of wasted time insofar as much of the source data for clinical trials exists in the electronic health record. So we built out a tool called Clinical Pipe for the automated transfer of data from the electronic health record to EDCs or study databases in order to reduce the burden on sites in terms of data collection. So by helping sites identify patients for clinical trials and reducing their burden of collection of data or transfer of data into the clinical trial database, we are reducing the friction, especially for community oncology sites, but also for academic medical centers involved in staffing and conducting clinical trials. Hopefully, improving access to clinical trials by enabling sites that might not otherwise participate to take part in research. And when I was in my prior life, I conducted empirical studies to understand the barriers to clinical trial participation and develop interventions to overcome those barriers. My focus at the time was on improving the knowledge and the attitudes about clinical trials for both patients and clinicians. Very difficult to move the needle, even though we could improve knowledge and attitudes. I've come to believe that access is a critical component, maybe even a more critical component in making clinical trials more representative by giving people the opportunity to participate, all patients. And by enabling clinical trials in community settings, access is necessarily increased, given that most patients are cared for in the community. So I want to close with one other thought, and that is that the more pragmatic and the simpler we can make clinical trials, clinical studies for community oncologists to participate in, the more likely they're going to be successful. And one area that is really ripe for pragmatism is post-marketing studies. Whether or not they're regulatory commitments or requirements, or studies to simply learn more about the use of new products in routine clinical care settings. And so sort of, one setting that is really well suited, that we've seen a lot of traction in for what we're calling prospective real world studies, is for this in this post-marketing setting. Again, all about access to research participation for all patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Next, we'll hear from Stacey Adam. Stacey.
Thanks. So I'm Stacey Adam, and I work at the Foundation for the National Institutes of Health. And for those who don't know what that is the nonprofit associated with the NIH. Most of the government scientific agencies have one of us. Our mission is to help NIH do public-private partnerships. So that would at least topically tell you why I'm sitting on this panel, is that collaboration is our job. That's why we're here. Why, in particular, for clinical trials? FNIH has been assisting NIH in innovating in the clinical trial space for a decade and a half at least, if not before that. You heard Laura Esserman speak yesterday about the I-SPY 2 trial. We actually helped acquire a lot of the initial funding and de-risk a lot of that to get iSpy off the ground. We helped Laura build her initial network, and really were the holder of the IND and the IP for the first 5 years within iSpy before transitioning that over to Quantum Leap. We parlayed that experience and everything into LungMap, which was by all rights probably the third or fourth master protocol to come on the scene in the oncology space, and obviously oncology's been leading in the area of master protocols. LungMap has taught us a lot of lessons. It's been ongoing for about a decade. It was very much a collaboration with FDA. It was a confluence of a lot of events, Friends of Cancer Research, a few of the academic partners, and FDA all came together. Depending on who you talk to, what brainchild it is, they'll tell you whose that is. But it has really been successful in the fact that it was innovative when it started. We went after biomarker-driven small population within the National Clinical Trials Network. It was the first and still pretty much one of the only regulatory intent master protocols, meaning everything collected to regulatory grade for FDA, and FDA has been a partner consistently at the table. It has modified at least 4 times to keep with the times and keep pace. We now completely operate in the non-small cell lung cancer space, all histologies, not just squamous. We are almost exclusively an IO refractory because we are second line and beyond. So we continue to innovate, and that includes on the diagnostic side. We have had a partner in Foundation Medicine since the beginning. We continue to innovate and bring on new screening assays. We're incorporating the RNA-based portion of FMI. We're also thinking about bringing on multiplex proteomic. So we continue to innovate in that case. We've had a positive study within LungMap, which was then parlayed with the assistance of FDA into Pragmatica Lung. So we continue to innovate in the clinical trial space there. And again, for those who don't know what Pragmatica Lung is, it is a very streamlined, very pragmatic lung cancer trial, conducted very widely, really relying heavily on the NCORE sites within the NCTN. And again, I don't think it would be overstating it. I think, to use Rick Pazder's words, he really just wanted 2 survival curves. That's what he wanted out of the trial. I know we have a bit more in there, but again, it's almost as simplistic as that. All of that knowledge, we also parlayed into all the work that we did during COVID. So we worked on the ABEG Active, which was the Accelerating COVID-19 Therapeutics and Vaccines. We launched 11 master protocols, saw through 37 agents in 4 years' time, one of which was a fully decentralized hybrid trial in Active 6, where we tested nothing but repurposed medications. We designed the entry criteria for all of the agents as part of that. And for all of this, FDA, industry, everyone was at the table. Everybody had a voice. Everybody pulled in the same direction. We had 20 industry partners, 4 foundation partners, and 8 government partners, including EMA and FDA at the table for that. So above all else, we believe in innovation within the clinical trial space. We want to continue. For those who were here yesterday and you heard Monica throw the shot across the bow about the primary care network, we hope to be assisting with that as well and hoping to see that clinical innovation move forward as well. But I'll stop there.
Thank you, Stacy. Next up is Jeff Allen. Jeff.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to participate in the discussion today. I really appreciate it. It feels almost a little bit like a reunion show, seeing so many people that we've had the opportunity to work with on a variety of projects over the last couple of years. Hopefully that's an indicator of the diversity of projects that we've been able to be involved in, which is interesting. I myself have never actually been affiliated with the FDA, and I've never actually been affiliated with a sponsor, so it may beg to question, what have you done related to clinical trials? But like some of my colleagues on the panel today who have been able to work on some of these projects from the not-for-profit perspective, maybe I'll focus a couple of my initial comments on the role that public-private partnerships can play and sort of that ancillary aspect of clinical trials. Like Stacy mentioned, we have had the opportunity to be part of discussions like related to the conduct of actual clinical trials around LungMap, and certainly salute Stacy and her teams for keeping that network up and running as efficiently as you all have for the last decade. or even transitioning some of those things like to the pragmatic studies. I got to visit with Dr. Singh for a few minutes beforehand, who truly was an instigator of that pragmatic trial and continues to nudge that along. And actually, I shouldn't even say nudge, it's moving at an impressive pace. But from our aspect, we've also had the opportunity to work on projects that hopefully will support future clinical trials or future research outside of clinical trials. Two specifically to mention on sort of the ancillary measure side of things, thinking about interim measures of clinical trials. One of the larger partnerships that we've been working on is exploring the potential for intermediate endpoints that could be incorporated into oncology clinical trials, specifically looking at the role of circulating tumor DNA as a potential early indicator of activity and efficacy of a drug. Where I think this is unique, where the nonprofit sector is uniquely situated, is because this is a large partnership, aggregating data from nearly 24 different clinical trials in order to perform the meta-analytical evaluations to be able to determine what factors may need to go into prospectively validating an intermediate endpoint. It hasn't been entirely straightforward. No surprise, there hasn't been a remarkable amount of coordination across the industry, frankly, in terms of embedding these measures into their trials in a uniform way, probably because it's still early. But hopefully from the third-party not-for-profit side of things, we can begin to expose different attributes of trials, of tests, of timing, of clinical impact measures, to be able to at least build the evidentiary foundation for the utilization of these types of endpoints to support their conduct and incorporation into future trials in a unique way across a portfolio of different trials that wouldn't be possible by one organization alone and not doing it in collaboration with others. On the flip side, as Neil mentioned, on the post-market side of things, and we've had the pleasure of working with Flatiron Health on initiatives like these as well, looking at really trying to pressure test the utilization of real-world data. There's certainly been considerable discussion around its potential role in all aspects of drug development, beyond drug development, in all aspects of healthcare for many years. The growing technological capability of data capture, I think, has helped transition that from just active or passive surveillance of collecting safety signals. But there's still a lot to be learned. And so what we tried to do in partnership with a number of different collaborators and data organizations was really try and answer a few key questions in a low-risk environment. By low risk, I mean we weren't asking for any sort of regulatory decision here. It was really just to cross-compare the outputs of different data sources when trying to align on a common data set and ask a common question and understand what factors could be contributing to variability, with the hopes that if we were able to understand what those factors were and identify them, if they were significant impediments into interpreting the accuracy of results, that hopefully that those could be resolved in the future, and thinking about informing the methodologies will be needed in the event to try and transition the utilization of this type of data for other uses, including perhaps someday informing regulatory decisions in a prospective manner. So I'll stop there, and I look forward to the discussions to come.
Thank you, Jeff. Next we'll hear from John Concano. John?
Thank you, Ryan, and thanks for inviting me. My remarks are intended to link together what FDA is doing to promote innovation, so it's a little bit of a shifting of gears from what we've just heard, but I want to acknowledge what we've just heard. Wonderful examples. Certainly oncology comes to mind, rare disease comes to mind, but also in other disciplines. So it's a matter of rising tide lifting all boats over time. But my overall take-home message is that we're supporting multiple efforts to encourage innovation, and it's an implementation. So really what I wanted to do was offer high-level comments in 4 informal categories of 1, guidances, which has been prominently discussed over the last day and a half, 2, internal agency processes, 3, external stakeholder engagement, and 4, research. The R in CDER and CBER, at least, as we know, stands for research. We're not NIH, and we don't aspire to be, but we do try to plant seeds that will help grow the field, as we say. So examples of guidance, and we've heard a lot of guidances, and I'm talking about FDA guidances for the moment, not ICH. Recommendations in recent years on electronic systems, on e-consent and other topics don't have the word trials in their title, but nonetheless, they're very relevant. But more specifically, I think everyone in this audience knows the 2023 draft guidance on decentralized trials. It highlights, importantly, a group of strategies, such as various options for trial visits, how consent is obtained, who does what in terms of trial activities, and other aspects of trials at non-traditional sites, which is the basic informal definition of a decentralized trial. Another related 2023 guidance is on digital health technologies, and that document includes FDA's perspective. I'm invoking the technical aspects in this case of verification in the laboratory and validation in the field. Again, we're not dictating exactly what that means officially across the globe, but by sharing our current recommendations, it reduces uncertainty in the sponsor community. I can talk about a guidance on point-of-care trials. It's on our 2024 guidance agenda. It's currently in clearance, so please stay tuned. But I think this came up yesterday. We'll discuss. It's not going to nail it down in all circumstances, but Form 1572 regarding sponsors, investigators, and healthcare providers, local providers, who should do what. So we're all rowing in the same direction. But what I really want to mention is when considering this group of guidances, it's important to emphasize that the topic of each guidance involves a spectrum, not a binary choice. For example, clinical trials can range from a traditional capital T trial to a fully decentralized trial, but most often what we see are that specific elements are combined to form a so-called hybrid design that should be aligned with the clinical context and the needs overall of the question being addressed. And in addition, we admit, but we think this is good redundancy, the guidance topics themselves, such as decentralized trials and point-of-care trials, there's going to be some overlap. So we're trying to create a portfolio of guidances that provides maximum benefit for the community. So the remaining three categories of FDA efforts, I'll stick with the digital health technologies theme just to provide a sort of an anchor. As an internal activity, I'm going to start with a simple but recent example where we've added DHT boxes, check boxes, for lack of a better word, to Forms 1571 and 356H. For sponsors, please help us to help you by indicating when you have bona fide use of digital health technologies, in your applications and submissions. It will help us to understand the changing landscape of the DHT utilizations, whether it's trends, challenges, or opportunities for implementation. In the same category of internal activities, we have a digital health technology steering committee that I hope everyone is aware of. It provides inputs on proposals and applications that involve the innovative use of DHTs, and the committee helps to promote awareness and consistency on applications and related topics. As an example of the third category, which is external engagement, I'll invoke the same DHT steering committee, which holds listening sessions for external organizations, not in this case for specific drug applications, but for topics that don't involve a particular drug, but rather represent advancing the field. Also in the category of external engagement, last year FDA hosted the first in a series of 5 public workshops on issues related to DHTs and regulatory decision-making. I hope many of you had a chance to see it. That initial workshop discussed the potential of DHTs to increase clinical trial accessibility and diversity, as well as to expand the type of data and clinical outcomes that could be captured in trials. And last but not least, in the fourth category, focusing on research, I'll only mention a new announcement that I hope everyone again has seen, seeking proposals on studying digital health technologies and clinical investigations using a U01 funding mechanism. So the bottom line is by sharing FDA's thinking, offering opportunities as we can, and reducing uncertainty, most importantly, we're trying to help move the ecosystem forward in terms of trial innovation. Now, a few other thoughts came to mind that echo comments made earlier in the meeting, largely yesterday, but also reinforced today. So I'm going to try to connect the conversation between sessions with a few points. One, from a historical perspective, I think we heard it, and it's true, that most of the innovations, at least as a category, are not new, but rather are evolving. It's also true that COVID-19 forced all of us to pay more attention to those approaches, and we were pleased to be able to produce the clinical trial guidance during COVID document pretty quickly, and we've gotten good feedback on that, and we're trying to write up our lessons learned that could help promote innovation for the next public health emergency, which hopefully won't be 100 years or more. And then from a lessons learned perspective, I think this has come up. We can't just copy-paste a successful trial design, but there are attributes that can be adapted to help drive implementation. And then from a regulatory perspective, I'll just sprinkle in the fact that FDORA, the Food and Drug Omnibus Reform Act from 2022, includes specific sections to advance the use of DHTs and DCTs. And under the current prescription drug user fee amendments reauthorization, CDER, CBER, OCE have commitments to activities that enhance the use of innovative methods. So we're doing it because we want to, not because we have to. We're trying to make the most of it and provide maximum value added. So I'd like to think that when thinking of DCTs, DHTs, point of care trials, other acronyms, that everyone here today has a better understanding of how FDA has been working to develop resources for sponsors, investigators, healthcare providers, patients, and the community at large. And I just want to acknowledge, as I said earlier, there's multiple centers and offices involved, OCE, CDER, CBER, but a lot of the work that I've been referring to has been done in the non-denominational policy shop that I sit, the Office of Medical Policy, but it's actually the clinical methodology group headed by Dr. Leonard Sachs, who is unable to be here today. So I've tried to convey a lot of the good work that they and many other colleagues at FDA has been doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John, and thank you to all of our panelists for your opening remarks. We're going to now move to our moderated discussion portion with audience questions and answers. As a reminder for our audience, if you could, please use the QR code or visit slido.com in order to submit your questions online. And please enter the code CTI, as you can see on the screen there, in order to do so. Many of the themes that we've heard over the course of the last 2 days have been related to collaboration. Our first session, we heard about international collaboration on the regulatory perspective. I'd like to focus a little bit now on collaboration for operationalization of innovations. We've heard from some of you about how collaborations have served as a cornerstone of sorts in your innovations, whether they be point of care trials, decentralized trials, or the like. What I'm interested in is what have been some of the biggest stumbling blocks that you've encountered that have limited broader implementation of your designs when it particularly comes to collaboration. And if you could tell us what the barrier was and how you addressed it, I think that lesson learned would be particularly useful for our team here. Anyone like to start off?
I'll be brave enough.
Thank you. I was going to pick you anyway, Stacy.
So I think oftentimes in collaborations, especially when you're crossing sectors, you're going to actually see sort of a consistent set of problems, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. But there was a little bit of conversation, I think, in the last panel about return on investment. And the idea, if you're not able to articulate that for every stakeholder, and it's not apparent to them coming to the table, and then as we're progressing through design and implementation of innovations, you know, you're going to lose traction. And so obviously consistently just coming back and making sure that you're engendering kind of a format or an ecosystem of trust, transparency, and you know, consistent follow through on what you're promising. And that's across the board. So whether you're a company member promising to bring forward a particular agent, whether it's FDA promising to, you know, think about this in new and creative ways and really, you know, saying this is what we want, no, seriously, this is what we want, following through on that. And then, you know, the academics and nonprofits and everything really following through on the commitments that they're making. All of that is only going to serve, so I know we talked a little bit about this in the patient engagement panel yesterday, all of that means we're going to better serve patients. By all following through, by building that trust and working together to overcome and making sure that we're focusing that everybody's getting out of it what they need, it'll be that much easier.
Andy, you talked about the relationship that you had with FARA. How did you build that trust with them from the beginning in order to get that great relationship that you described where they were giving you the insights into disease progression and ultimately led to the success of your work?
Yeah, thanks. So, you know, during my time at Reata, we, from the very beginning, had a very close partnership with FARA. They in my experience, they set a high standard, kind of a gold standard for how to operate as a patient advocacy group, partnering with all the, any company that's doing research in their area. And we had a very close open collaboration with them. We trusted them and they trusted us. And so if we learned new information, we shared it with them. And as they became aware of new information, they shared it with us. And they were able to do so in a way that maintained confidentiality appropriately, but allowed good information to be shared. And so they started their natural history study back in 2001, so almost 15 years before we even started on the path. And actually, it was a parent of an FA patient who was doing their own research on what kind of treatments they could have, and they stumbled onto us and the drugs that we were working on, and the pathway, so the NRF2 pathway that our drugs activated. The parent went to FARA and said, this company their drug might be able to help FA, and so it actually goes back to the beginning with they actually it came to the door first asking, would you consider doing research in FA? So I think it just continues to be a close partnership there, and I think they hold that with all the companies they work with.
Thank you. Neil? Yes, please.
Yeah, in terms of barriers that we've experienced, adopting new innovation, especially when it involves technology in an extremely risk-averse environment and an environment that is sort of set in its ways and heavily regulated, is really tough. So this is like, I feel like this is the ultimate change management problem. And in addition to that, there are two broad stakeholder groups that both have somewhat different incentives and reasons for taking part in research. You have biopharma, the drug developers, and you have sites. And you have community sites that might have different objectives in participating than academic sites. And so it's a very complex interaction which requires adoption of something that's, very new. And so one of the ways that, a couple of the ways that we've sought to address this, one is by a lot of hand-holding, support for sites in implementation, for example, and the provision of data that what we are proposing actually will save time, will reduce friction, will improve the quality of the data. Those things are really important. And then the other thing about de-risking is, what John and his colleagues have been doing, which is the more specificity that is included in guidances, the better in terms of making folks, de-risking, making sponsors feel like there's less risk in adopting something new. And the public-private partnerships, we're involved in a partnership around deploying clinical pipe and our EDC as well with the BEAT AML study, which is Leukemia and Lymphoma Society study, which is sponsored by industry as well, but run by a nonprofit. And one of the things I've observed through that experience is that if you can get an established clinical trials consortium to adopt something new, to adopt an innovation, that could be the kindling for broader adoption. So, lung pragmatica, where you have the FDA saying, we're in, you have a sponsor, and it's being run through a national clinical trials network group, that's like the ultimate, because then all of the stakeholders see that it's acceptable and that it works and it provides the value that was promised up front. So I'm advocating strongly for these public-private partnerships, especially that involve established consortia, which are often private, are public, public entities.
Yes, please.
Thanks. I'd like to respond to, in general and specifically to the comment about FDA being willing. I think, while there's always a distribution, the central tendency is not that we're against innovation. And I know leadership, at least in CDER and the other centers, will speak strongly about this. So really, I'm going to put on my normal day-to-day hat in the real-world data, real-world evidence space. We talk about the data being reliable and relevant, the design generating adequate evidence, and the regulatory conduct. On number 2 and number 3, that's where non-interventional studies have a hard time, right? Can we trust the design? Is there confounding? And, you know, if it's not in a trial, besides randomization, the prospective, quote-unquote, infrastructure of a trial is a lot of the strength. So if we're talking about trials, I'd like to think that, you know, there's a good chance that FDA will be receptive. It's all about the data, or largely about the data. I think the ataxia example is, you mentioned specifically, that the data match very well. We see examples where that's not the case. There's more than one way to describe data quality. We've settled on reliability and relevance. The reliability is accuracy, completeness, and transparency. And then the clinical relevance, just because the data set worked well for question A doesn't mean it's going to be applicable to question B. So I'm actually very reassured, and I think it's a positive prognostic sign that what applies in one area applies in the next, because we have one evidentiary standard. We're not lowering the bar for observational studies, and we're not lowering the bar either for quote-unquote innovative trials. It just has to be the right tool for the job at the time. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Yes, Luke.
So I think there's been a lot that's been great that's been covered so far, but there's a couple things I wanted to add to what's been said. Just from what I've seen in collaborations, you know, if you have a new innovation, maybe it's not new like to the statistical community, but it could be new to a lot of different groups that you're collaborating with. And if you want to suggest something among a bunch of groups that are collaborating, they may have varying levels of familiarity with the innovation. So sometimes the challenge is just educating the different groups as to what the innovation really is and what it can achieve. And I think there's also a barrier to adoption, which is, as I think has been mentioned many times, risk aversion. But it's worth revisiting. I think there's taking a little extra time to kind of go through a regulatory process for like a fit-for-purpose reviewing like some of these disease progression models or other things that can result in a regulatory endorsement, I think can help break down some of those barriers to that risk. So I just want to add those 2 points.
Thanks, Luke. In your work doing the model-informed drug development, it seems like a lot of that could be perceived as a black box, you know, the model. How do you overcome that barrier in particular? Because I think that part of that leads to the risk aversion, people not understanding what's in the black box, and if they can trust what comes out of it.
Right, so I think this is a kind of, it depends on the actual statistical model. When you're talking about like machine learning approaches, some of those are very much black boxes. It's very hard to understand what exactly is going on. And even if you have good results and good predictive ability, it can be very confusing to try to understand what would happen, what would that model do if it runs into a case that's dissimilar to what it was trained on. So I think that's a particular challenge, especially in AI, where we have to deal with the fact that even the people who built the model may not fully understand what it's doing. In the approaches that I use, they're a little more traditional. We usually have a kind of a, like, they're usually grounded in some kind of biological or clinical understanding or knowledge. Some idea that a disease trajectory in a particular endpoint kind of moves in a certain trajectory over time, like an exponential or a linear or some kind of trajectory. And kind of plotting those out and helping people understand what these are saying is a little simpler, but I think even then you need to have kind of rigorous validation of these models. They need to kind of go through a process where you more than just train them and show that, you know, we've got reasonable variance in their estimates, show that on a validation data set, some kind of data set which it wasn't trained on, that these models are effective. Because you need to be able to validate in order to show that this model, even if you've trained it on what seems like a really relevant data set, that you have some evidence that it's going to actually do what it's supposed to.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. A few of you in your opening comments talked about collaboration with the FDA, and I'm interested in your experiences on the dialogue with the regulators and how that facilitated your success and where there are places for improvement. In particular, I think Jeff, Angie, and Stacy all mentioned that, and I'd be interested to hear a little bit about that. Angie, do you mind going first?
Sure, happy to. And so our experience, of course, FDA meetings are never fast enough or frequent enough from the perspective of the sponsor, and so you want to get there quickly and have frequent conversations, but as frequent as we could go, FDA always provided really good feedback. Of course, they're not in a position to give the answer. They're in a position to, weigh in on what's kind of been proposed to them, and also can't really weigh in until they've seen the data, right? It's going to be always a matter of review. But I do think there was good, open dialogue, and both parties approaching it from looking for a solution, in the context. And as mentioned, the quality of the natural history data is what made our solution possible, and because there was, they'd been capturing data for, at the time of the analysis, over 20 years. Many patients had 3 or more years of follow-up. Almost all patients had all the baseline characteristics that were prognostic for follow-up. It was a kind of a perfect setting for a data set that could be used in this setup. And so I think FDA gave good advice that helped us to put together a package that could be reviewable.
Thank you. Stacy, what are your thoughts?
I mean, we've always found the regulators more than willing to come to the table, and they will consistently tell you, come to us early, come to us often. And I know that they are definitely probably under-resourced and understaffed for seeing everybody in the expedited fashion that everybody would want. But they've been really receptive to questions that we've tossed their way. This has been both on our cancer trials and our COVID trials. As noted for both LungMap and Pragmatica, OCE, Rick, and Harpreet were deeply involved in helping us guide us through the design. As was just stated, they can't give you the answer, but they can give you some really good guidance in the direction to go and what will be regulatorily acceptable. And so we've always found that dialogue very good and very transparent and forthright amongst our teams. Going to the COVID trials, obviously we were operating in, again, to put the pun in, Operation Warp Speed and operating at warp speed. But the regulators really rose to the challenge. We were getting reviews back on our protocols and everything in the very early days in 15 days time, and even in the later days within 30 days time, which is well ahead of that. They were also very open to exploring. As the pandemic went on, we had to change endpoints, which is kind of unparalleled how fast you have to change endpoints if you're progressing through a pandemic-like situation. And I know we were throwing questions at them right, left, and center about kind of things that they hadn't always thought about or weren't entirely comfortable with, and not necessarily at the senior levels, but definitely in the review divisions. These are people who have very standardized ways that they look at things, but I really think that they really thought in the art of the possible. And I would love, I guess if I had one thing that I would love to see out of all of that, I know that the timelines for COVID can't maintain, but that sort of openness and possibility that we've seen in the 2 discussions that we've had to remain, I think that would be excellent.
Thank you. Jeff, I saw you reach for the microphone earlier.
Yeah, I think we've certainly had a very similar experience and appreciate, whether it's OCE or in the various different divisions and centers that we've worked with on a number of different projects, that consistently I think there is a desire to be part of the research environment. I think that, I know you were joking, but I think it is obvious to a lot of external stakeholders that have had the chance to work with FDA that there is a motivation to be a catalyst toward innovation and thinking about public health improvement over the long run. So it may vary a little bit. Some of the projects that have been described, that are active clinical trials where FDA is still in the position of ultimately reviewing the results for the end product, they may have to take a little bit more of an advice-giving, typical kind of interaction as if the partnership were kind of a de facto sponsor at times. But for some of these research studies, I think that, leveraging their expertise and what they've seen from various different development programs is really helpful, and to be part of the design of those studies. I think they You know, I almost feel bad at times. I'm doing it myself. It's a they, you know, it's sort of like, well, this stakeholder, the FDA, you know, which, you know, of course everyone wants to know what the agency thinks about these projects, but for a lot of these research partnerships, everyone is there to try and learn together and advance the science. And a willingness to be part of designing those analyses from all vantage points, I think is really important and is an attribute of a successful partnership. Not everything is going to be priority number one to every stakeholder, but ideally it is going to be some sort of priority to every stakeholder in order to participate and put in the time and the resources to be able to work toward the most beneficial outcome in the long run. And just to tie that back to the, I think, additional challenge, I think, you know, that magnitude of priority sort of matters and a barrier that I've observed, and that's sort of aligning on timing. You know, every different stakeholder sort of has a different, you know, set of issues to balance, and it is very difficult to align on a very rapid time schedule. And I think those issues around magnitude of priority and timing are both things that are resolved by communication. And so hopefully that sort of tied back into the importance of communication and the active role for all of the stakeholders to play in the success of these types of research partnerships.
Thank you, Jeff. Stacy, you mentioned
Ryan, are you switching topics? Or?
I wasn't, but I was going to call on you, so you might as well just
okay.
go.
I'll be patient.
Yeah. No, please go. Go ahead, John.
You sure?
Yeah. No, I don't need to.
No, I just wanted to, before I lose the thought, amplify
it.
what was mentioned about early and often. We have that in a lot of our documents, and we mean it. It also gives me a chance to point out that the first point of contact, and I'm not passing the buck here, is appropriately in the Office of New Drug Divisions, where the clinical and the, you know, every other kind of expertise resides. There are committees, there are councils, there are mechanisms whereby things could be escalated to promote consistency. But we realize we can't work at COVID warp speed all the time, but it's a good sign that the entire ecosystem, not just FDA, responded, never perfectly, of course, but pretty well, I think by all objective terms. And we did learn some lessons, as I mentioned earlier. So just early and often, and it's our problem to figure out exactly who to talk to. But I know, again, I'll just leave a little breadcrumb on the real-world evidence space. We have a mailbox, and there's a subcommittee that could be brought to bear. And by the way, real-world evidence includes trials that include, say, a point-of-care trial that uses real-world data for the outcome. So it gives me another chance to say a false dichotomy. It's not RCTs versus real-world evidence. When I hear real-world evidence, I want to know what the data source is and what the study design is, and then we can start talking. But sorry, Ryan, I didn't mean to digress from the current theme.
Thank you for that, John. I'm always interested to hear from the regulator's perspective about how to engage more frequently with the agency. I'd like to shift gears a little bit. Yesterday, we talked a little bit about burden and how our innovations could drive burden on patient populations. Neil, I think you touched a little bit about how some of our innovations might burden care providers. And I'm interested to hear a little bit about your experience with that. Do some of these collaborations burden or overly burden our frontline staff and our research staff? What do you think about that, Neil?
So if the end game is additional burden, forget about it. It's dead, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, what is the level of burden associated with the activation energy required to adopt something new? In the case of a new piece of software, it involves some site burden in terms of installing the software and then being trained up. But if it's not ultimately reducing burden, whether that burden is a cost burden, whether that burden is a data accuracy burden related to queries that come subsequently, whether that burden is a personnel time and effort burden. If it's not reducing those things, it's not worth doing. And so to that end, it's it's critically important when designing new software to take a user-centric design approach to make sure that what you are building fits within workflows seamlessly, involves no more clicks unless it's saving something else, and you really have to understand the workflow, whether it's the clinician workflow, whether it's the research staff workflow. That's just so critical as a component of developing something that you might otherwise think is really cool.
Yeah.
Ryan, I'll point out, you could answer your own question. Even though the diuretic comparison project wasn't a trial for regulatory purposes, the FDA followed it closely for lessons learned.
Yeah.
So that, how did it burdens on the care providers, how were they addressed in that project, in that trial?
Well, you flipped the script over on me, John. Thanks for that.
I think I did. And it wasn't in the prep session.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to talk about it. So, there were a lot of different, we addressed burden a lot of different ways. The first way that we did it was with iteration. We can only create a battle plan that will survive contact with the enemy so much, and I think when we first brought our protocol to the frontline clinicians, there was a reaction even before we implemented the trial that's going to be too much. You need to do this here. It would be okay there. And so we had to develop a level of comfort with iteration. And Stacey, you talked about iteration a lot, and I think, as we're out there innovating, that's something that we have to be comfortable with. It introduces risk a lot across the entirety of the ecosystem, but I think it's for the good. One area where I struggled with the burden was with our central IRB. I felt like our innovation was more than they could, that they were comfortable with at the time, and so we did a lot of socialization with the central IRB, and we used them as an active partner. We use the same principles that we've heard here of transparency, over communication, to build trust that I think was essential in moving forward. If I had to do it over again, I would have started that much earlier in the diuretic comparison project process than we did. And then the other thing that was vital for us was adaptability. So it kind of goes in line with iteration, but adaptability of the system and adaptability of the programs that we were using. There's an idiom in the VA that if you've seen one VA, you've seen one VA. We're a healthcare system of 157 hospitals, but it's really 157 unique hospitals. And so that adaptability was necessary in order to implement such a huge project like the diuretic comparison project. Thank you for bringing that up, though. I appreciate it. We have about 10 minutes left. I'm interested to hear a little bit more about some of the work that we've done. In our preparatory calls, we focused on real-world data as an innovative clinical trial approach, and I'm interested to hear about how you guys have used the real-world data to optimize your clinical trial execution. Neil, you talked a lot about it. I was really impressed with that 70% improvement, but I wonder if there are other examples of the use of real-world data that the audience here would be interested to hear about.
I'll make an add-on comment there. So one of the things that I hadn't appreciated until a couple of years ago was simply the amount of data collected for clinical trials that is already collected as part of routine care. And we always think of clinical trial data as being primary data for a clinical trial versus secondary use of data that was collected for some other reason. And depending upon the type of study, whether it's a phase 1 study that's heavy on laboratory data, for example, or a phase 3 study that may have other types of outcome data that are critical to collect over a longer period of time, the amount of data that would otherwise be part of routine care that is collected is a pretty sizable proportion of all the data needed for a clinical trial. And there have been some estimates about, a typical phase 3 study, how many data elements are collected. It's like 3 million data elements. And if you can cut down, if half of those or more, or 70% in some studies, are actually otherwise routinely collected, and you can transfer those directly from the EHR where they're routinely documented, then you could save just a huge amount of effort. Now, the fact is that there are many data points that are not routinely collected or documented. So it may be part of routine care, but incompletely documented, like the performance status or a tumor measurement. You might think of these as routine care, but they're not always there in the EHR. So we view those as intentional data collection, intentionally collected data. And one way we've tried to streamline that is by building forms embedded directly into the EHR, embedded in the routine workflow of documentation that collect the detail necessary, say, for adverse events, for RECIST measurements of tumors, to allow the intentional collection of data that might not otherwise be routinely documented. And of course, there's also intentional data collection of elements that are not part of routine care, but are critical to the primary or secondary outcomes of the study, whether it be perhaps a biomarker that is not routinely performed. That might be another type of intentional data collection above the routine data collection that is part of clinical care.
It's interesting that you mentioned that. I think at least my experience within the VA, the routinely collected data is there. It's collected routinely, but it's not computable. And so part of the sort of hidden cost of this is to transition and transform that data to make it computable. Stacy, I see you reaching. Yeah.
Just to briefly add on, one of our active trials, one of the nice things about having 11 master protocols, even though we now know that's probably pretty excessive, is that everybody got to try new innovations. And our active 4-HT trial actually experimented with EHR extraction, and for that very purpose that Neil was just talking about. And so we thought that, and it worked out really well for them. They have a nice paper out on that. And then just a very brief note, the only other thing that we really used it for wasn't so much in trial implementation, but it was actually drug selection. All of our active 6 agents that we put in were all of our active 6 agents that we put in had some sort of real-world data basis for placing them in the trial. So,
Thank you.
For the lack of that 4-HT EHR extraction paper out, you can go look it up.
Wonderful. Luke, what about you? When you're using these data sets and acting as a sort of demilitarized zone for sponsors, forgive my interpretation of what you're saying, where have you seen the best uses of EHR data and real-world data, and how have you used them?
I think it's notable we think about real-world data usually as something that we could use to, say, supplement an existing trial, but where I've often used, at least in my own experience, is when we build these disease progression models, we're using already existing data that's out there. Sometimes we draw from observational studies, sometimes from already completed clinical trials. And we use those to kind of inform like a clinical trial simulator, which helps you plan a trial. So this is, upstream to the actual running of the trial. But I think, if we're thinking about all the data that's out there in the world, in different studies, electronic health records and such, it has a lot of potential uses even before you get to the trial. There's another example. I've been part of the Transplant Therapeutics Consortium at CPATH, looking at, and one of the major projects there has been looking at qualifying the integrated box scoring system, which is the survival model that kind of predicts a patient's risk of losing their kidney graft that's been transplanted, and qualifying that as an endpoint, because in kidney transplant therapy, if you want to wait for patients to lose their kidneys, you're going to be waiting 5 to 10 years to see a difference in 2 groups if you have a treatment that's supposed to prevent the rejection of that and loss of that kidney. And so one of the things they did there was to kind of try to help understand, because there's so few trials that have been done in kidney transplant because of this issue, especially recent trials. One of the things they did is they took a couple of the existing trials and then did a lot of propensity matching with like registry data to try to understand, okay, get more evidence of what would this kind of trial look like using this endpoint as a survival model. And that's been an ongoing effort. I'll add one kind of slightly off-topic point about it is this was something that we had worked together with that consortium to put together a briefing document that went to the European Medicine Agency, and we got a qualification opinion for the iBox as a secondary endpoint in clinical trials, at least in Europe. So I think there's a lot of ways that real-world data and kind of just data that's existing out there already can be helpful to inform trials before we even get to the trial stage.
Thank you. Jeff, you brought up the post-market space, and it occurs to me that real-world data and the secondary analysis of real-world data might be a good place for that type of data. Any thoughts there?
Yeah, I think there's always been a motivation for using real-world data, or there's at least been a lot of discussions around the role of real-world data for regulatory purposes, but I think there's so many other purposes that could be, considered. Certainly, I think has been mentioned earlier, the need for continuing to learn across the life cycle of a drug and understanding the effectiveness of drugs in populations that weren't included in the original clinical trials. I think far too often the trials don't reflect the patients that ultimately go on to use the drug. So it has to be a continued learning process, and there's reasons that is the paradigm. So I'm not saying that it's entirely unexplainable, but I think it stresses the importance for having a strong post-market research system in order to continue learning about a product over time, because it's not going to just be through a series of repetitive, formalized clinical studies in order to efficiently get the answers that will help improve patient care over time.
Thank you for that. You hit the mark right on the head, also with time. So that will conclude our session. I think that is a beautiful segue into the next session that we'll see coming up this afternoon. So thank you to all of our panelists for a wonderful discussion. We'll be back for the final session of the workshop at 3:35 p.m. after a quick 10-minute break. So thank you, guys.
Everyone, welcome back. So I think if we start on time, we'll end on time, and everyone can get out to those cherry blossoms. So I hope you've appreciated this workshop as thoroughly as I have. First of all, I know I'm not closing it out. Garrett will do that, but I just wanted to say huge kudos and thanks to the Duke-Margolis team for working with the FDA to pull this all together, and of course all the FDA staff that have been helping to plan this for what I think has been 7 months now. It's been a while. So my name is Kevin Bugan. I'm the Deputy Director of Operations at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research at FDA for the Office of New Drugs. And I think John Concato gave us a nice plug earlier. The Office of New Drugs is really that central entryway into the agency if you are working on a drug development program, if you have a product and an application. So it's a really an important entity, and we don't take it lightly what the Office of New Drugs is responsible for. But really, that day job is not quite why I'm here. The reason I'm here is because of some of my experience in Operation Warp Speed a couple of years ago, and this experience with trying to execute trials that were obviously the most important thing we could be doing at the time to help us understand how to treat and manage the disease that was COVID-19, and yet it was so challenging to do that. And we weren't implementing innovation for the sake of innovation. We were implementing what we thought were the most appropriate fit-for-purpose approaches, as I think we've been talking about over the last day and a half. Another lesson learned was that many trials also were just not even up to some basic standards, but that's the topic for another day. So why is it challenging to implement new approaches and trials? Well, I think we've heard about this. This is a highly regulated environment. We're doing complex science within human beings. I don't think it gets any more challenging than that. And we've heard that there are disconnects maybe between regulatory reviewers, some who are promoting innovation, some who maybe aren't. In any case, it seems to be maybe inconsistent. There are disconnects maybe between the program staff and the inspectors and what they're learning. Sponsors have this natural aversity to risk, and they seek predictability. CROs, service providers, they're struggling with implementing these approaches. Sites are pressed for time. Healthcare practitioners generally, they don't even maybe know what clinical trials are. So we have all of these challenges sort of stacked up against us, and I could go on. I think if I had to give the phenomenon a description, I might quote Janet Woodcock. She didn't say it yesterday, but she said it in some of our prep calls. We have a crisis of the timid. The ultimate change management case, I think. Drug development is, when you boil it down, really it's all about managing uncertainty over the course of development, and we're all doing what we can in our own spaces to manage that uncertainty, and I think we take comfort in keeping certain aspects of that process under control and with as little changes as possible. So adding new drug development tools in it naturally is maybe not going to go over so well. All right, so step one, we have a problem. Let's all agree and we'll move on, check that box. So what's step two? Solutions. And no one organization can design, conduct, analyze, oversee, and regulate all these innovations and trials alone. Collaboration is going to be key. I think the last session, our panel session on collaboration and how we've seen that support innovation is really helpful in helping us to understand this. And that's what's going to really take us next and take us forward into the solutions. I don't have the answers. I wish I did. Right? But I do think together we have the answers. We have the collective answers. Now, lastly, I'll say this, and then I'll turn it over to the great panel, because you guys didn't come here. You didn't pay to see me. Oh, well, nobody paid, right? So CDER intended this workshop by design, or I don't know where Martin is, maybe by engineering, as a first step in a larger effort to promote transparency, communication, and collaboration around clinical trial innovation, and importantly, how we practically go about implementing clinical trial innovation. And CDER takes seriously, as I was mentioning earlier, O&D takes seriously our role in helping innovators, drug developers, all stakeholders understand how you go about implementing these new approaches, taking the theories that are coming from the guidances and the policies that are released, recognizing that the FDA's evidentiary standards do not change. And so for that, we're always going to be at the table as much as we can be to be collaborators with you. Again, enough from me. I'm delighted to be joined today by the following esteemed panelists. First to my left, Rich Shilsky, who's the Professor Emeritus at the University of Chicago, Chair of the Board of the Reagan-Udall Foundation for the FDA. Amy Bertha, who is the Executive Director, Regulatory Policy and Innovation at Bayer, and is here representing the Biotechnology Industry Organization, or BIO. And then Mickey Cohen-Wolkowitz, who is the Professor of Pediatrics at Duke University and the Head of Pediatrics Research at DCRI, or Duke Clinical Research Institute. And then Amy Abernathy, who is currently the President of Product Development and Chief Medical Officer at Verily. Craig Lipset, who is the co-founder and co-chair of the Decentralized Trials and Research Alliance, or DITRA. And then Martin Mendoza, who is the Director of Health Equity for the All of Us Research Program at the NIH, or National Institutes of Health. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rich. Please take it away.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Thanks again to Duke-Margolis and FDA for inviting me to participate. As Kevin said, I'm here really representing the Reagan-Udall Foundation for FDA, and I'll get into that in just a minute, but just by way of a brief introduction about my background, I'm a medical oncologist. I'm a clinical trialist. I've been involved in doing cancer clinical trials for about 35 years now. I'm the former chair of one of the NCI cancer clinical trial cooperative groups that I chaired for 15 years. And I recently completed the stint working as the chief medical officer at ASCO, during which time I actually implemented a national post-market evidence generation trial that is still ongoing, enrolling at 265 locations around the country, and has already enrolled 2,800 patients in a pragmatic genomic basket trial. So I have a fair bit of experience in thinking about these issues and doing these sorts of trials, and I thought it might be helpful to start things off to briefly review some of the work that we did at the Reagan-Udall Foundation during last year at the request of Commissioner Califf. He came to us and said, look, you know, the FDA feels pretty comfortable, the research community feels pretty comfortable in doing pre-market studies. We know generally what's necessary to bring a drug through to regulatory review and approval. Where we're having trouble, where the whole country is having trouble, is on the post-market side. And you know, as we've heard throughout this workshop, oftentimes there's a lot more to be learned about a drug after it hits the market than in the registration-directed trials. And we've seen this many times over now in oncology, where we are enrolling smaller numbers of patients in smaller clinical trials with intermediate endpoints and limited data sets. And there's a lot yet to be learned about those drugs you know, in the post-market setting. And that's increasingly true in many therapeutic areas. So at Reagan-Udall, we took on this challenge. We convened an expert panel of clinical trialists from across multiple therapeutic areas. And we issued a report last year. I'm going to take it that all of you have read this because much of what we talked about in the last day and a half actually is, you know, is represented in the recommendations of our report. But I'm going to hit a few of the high points, and I have just a couple of slides to do that. Oh, there we go. So the charge from the commissioner was to advise on development of a post-market evidence generation framework that leverages the U.S. healthcare system to resolve clinically meaningful evidence gaps for medical products and can support regulatory submissions for new indications or other revisions to labeling. And the goals, in a sense, were to develop a framework that would permit greater clinician engagement, that would allow broader patient participation, that would produce data sets that were acceptable to FDA for pragmatic post-market clinical studies, and that would include collection of routine clinical data within the context of the healthcare delivery. What the commissioner asked us to do is to think about how can we use the healthcare systems in this country to collect the data of sufficient quality to continue to learn about a medical product in the post-market setting. So that was the charge. It's easy enough to tackle. We have a number of overarching recommendations and a number of very specific recommendations. I don't have time to go through them all in detail. There are 30 recommendations in the report. Not all are directed at FDA. Some are directed at, you know, various other segments of the ecosystem, because as has become clear over the course of this workshop, while the FDA can lead, while the FDA can be permissive, while the FDA can set examples, the FDA isn't going to change post-market evidence generation on its own. It's going to require the collaboration of all of us who are engaged in one way, shape, or form in healthcare. If there's one word that it represents the recommendations in our report, it's simplify. And again, I'm focusing on post-market evidence generation, but much of what's in this report, I think, can be applied in the pre-market setting as well under appropriate circumstances. So we need to simplify the whole process. We need to simplify protocol objectives and endpoints. We need to simplify eligibility criteria, make them broader and more inclusive. We need to simplify adverse event reporting. When we're studying drugs already marketed in populations that are at least similar to the intended use population, we don't necessarily need to collect every last shred of adverse event data. And we just need to focus on trials that can be embedded in routine clinical care, that include evaluations that comport with routine clinical care, that minimize unnecessary evaluations and therefore unnecessary patient visits. We talked a lot about patient centricity during the course of this workshop, and that also is reflected in our report, but I guess I have sort of a caveat there. I've personally spoken with many patient groups over the years about what their goals are in participating in research. And you get lots of great feedback when you do that. But oftentimes the endpoints that patients identify as being important to them are not necessarily endpoints that can be rigorously measured, rigorously quantified. We don't always have the appropriate and validated tools to evaluate those endpoints. And we don't always identify what magnitude of change from baseline actually constitutes improvement or benefit. So while we talk a lot about patient centricity, there's in many cases a lot of work to be done to bridge from what the patient articulates as being important to them to how to actually get that into an endpoint in a clinical trial. Doing these things, we assert will reduce the administrative burden for all participants, for the sponsors, for the clinical trial sites, for the clinicians, and should allow for reduced site and investigator credentialing, which is a big burden on many clinical facilities, particularly for post-market studies, and should encourage greater participation by both clinicians and patients in the process. One thing I want to mention, I see they've already advanced the slide, so I'm obviously talking too long, but we have a recommendation in this report to articulate the value proposition for healthcare leaders to enable and allow them to have their health systems and their providers participate in post-market evidence generation. That's where the patients are receiving their care. There are very few incentives for clinicians and their leadership to participate in research. They don't have time, they lose money, they are subject to regulatory risk and liability. There's almost no good reason for them to do it. So we need to create the value proposition so that the leadership supports the participation of frontline clinicians in research. One of those things mentioned in our report might be to create a quality metric in which a health system is judged in part by their participation in research. Every health system CEO wants to improve their quality scores. So we have a number of specific recommendations targeted to FDA. One is, excuse me, one is that there should be the convening of a task force, and we don't really specify whether the FDA should be the convener or just a participant, an interagency task force across multiple agencies within HHS that are involved in this whole process to establish guiding principles for evidence generation. We are challenged by just different definitions, different standards, different expectations. FDA wants safe and effective. Medicare wants reasonable and necessary. How do those things align? How does a sponsor demonstrate those different types of objectives? We recommend that FDA think about establishing a lexicon that can be applied for post-market evidence generation studies. The conventional lexicon of phase 1, phase 2, phase 3 doesn't really work well in the post-market setting. Even the use of the word trial may not really be appropriate in that setting. We're not putting patients on trial. We're not putting providers on trial. To some extent, we're not even putting interventions on trial. We may just be trying to compare standards of care to determine, which is best in which patient population. So we need a different lexicon that distinguishes, expectations for post-market evidence generation studies from the pre-market setting. I'm just going to skip over a couple of other things. I mentioned simplifying site-related documentation and investigator credentialing. We have a recommendation to FDA to issue guidance on the validation and use of algorithms that identify endpoints derived from real-world data. There are many complex phenotypes that can be assessed using algorithms that are appropriately validated and then can be used both for patient selection and endpoint analysis. But the community needs guidance from FDA as to how those algorithms can and should be developed and what would be appropriate. And then if we go to, I think, the last slide, whoops, I already went to the last slide. You guys are way ahead of me. We talked about minimal data collection. We have lots of material in this report about, I hate to use the term pilot studies, use cases. I think what's clear is that guidances would be enhanced by good examples. The community, the sponsors, the healthcare systems need to see in, I think, more concrete terms, what does a post-market pragmatic evidence generation trial really look like? And that can be really informative. Along those lines, and this was mentioned the other day as well by Dr. Cass, we need clarification and guidance on what are the necessary elements of informed consent, particularly in the post-market setting. Is a patient who's asked to participate in a study that's comparing two standard of care therapies, do they need a 15-page consent form? I mean, come on. So, of course they need to be well informed. Of course they need to know about risks, benefits, and alternatives. But we need to greatly simplify that process. So there's a lot more that I could describe. I'm going to stop here because I'm stealing everybody else's time, but I appreciate the opportunity, and I'm sure we'll get back to some of these points in the discussion.
No, thank you, Rich. I think that was a great setup. And you answered several of the questions already, but I'm going to also come back to them for some of the other panelists, particularly around some of those incentives for communication and collaboration. But now I'm going to turn it over to Amy. Bertha, go right ahead.
Great. Thanks, Kevin. And thanks to Duke-Margolis and FDA for the opportunity to be part of this important conversation. So we've heard a lot over the past 2 days, many ways of how we want to advance innovation in clinical trial design and conduct. So in order to kind of pull this all together, I plan to speak on 5 focus areas agnostic to a specific innovation. So while we heard from John Concato, he had 4 areas, I have 5. So I will share concrete facilitators FDA could consider in each focus area where we can go beyond to really facilitate sustainable adoption and advance our common goal of driving innovations that will ultimately bring treatments to patients in a more timely and efficient manner. So the first area, go beyond one-size-fits-all substantial evidence of effectiveness. It is important to put innovation in clinical trial design and conduct in the context of demonstrating substantial evidence of effectiveness needed for approval. General principles that connect innovation and substantial evidence would increase both the sponsor's understanding and the reviewer confidence around what is an acceptable risk tolerance in accepting innovative designs and how that innovative design could support substantial evidence requirement. Additionally, FDA could consider additional ways to communicate more consistently when, where, and why innovative approaches were used in the determination of substantial evidence. So for example, perhaps there could be a new section added to FDA's summary basis of approval, or maybe even the annual new drug therapy approval report. The second area, go beyond the physical clinical trial site. There are clarifications FDA could consider to include in the final decentralized clinical trials guidance to increase certainty. I think we've heard some of these themes over the last couple days. Clarifying the distinction between direct supervision of trial personnel versus oversight, clarifying the distinction between personnel conducting routine medical practice versus clinical trial activities, and finally clarifying alternative methods to good clinical practice inspections that acknowledge a virtual site. Also, adoption of state policy approaches that facilitate and not hinder telemedicine and direct-to-patient shipment of investigational products is another important facilitator. Finally, increased use of tools and IT platforms that sponsors, health authorities, and other stakeholders could use to collect data and reuse data in the support of validation and verification of digital health technologies, and the digital health technology-derived endpoints can also facilitate decentralized clinical trials. So the third area, go beyond paper PDF, regulatory platforms. Regulatory platforms that support the next generation of data and information exchange using cloud-based technologies are another enabler. Successful execution of PDUFA 7, so the Prescription Drug User Fee Amendment 7, the demonstration projects, should provide FDA with opportunities to receive and work with data in new ways. Sponsors in consortium are also testing data visualization apps. For example, they're testing them with data monitoring committees and with FDA as well. This will allow flexibility in how data is viewed and used. This could also foster more timely scientific feedback and decision-making regarding clinical trials. Fourth area, go beyond minimal FDA and industry scientific dialogue. FDA and sponsor timely, substantive, and interactive scientific dialogue can help reduce regulatory uncertainty and unleash investments in innovation. We need to ensure we are maximizing existing engagement opportunities, whether that's an Interact meeting, a pre-IND meeting, Type D meeting, to obtain meaningful feedback that guide development programs. It is often the case that sponsors receive feedback from reviewers outlining potential risks of an innovative design as compared to a conventional approach. We need to reorient these meetings and focus them around generating solutions that provide sponsors with a path forward. The final area and the fifth area, which we've heard a little bit about for sure these last couple of days, is go beyond the pilot. So FDA could strengthen pilots by developing best practices for implementation and applying lessons learned across the programs. It is not the intention, of course, that pilots exist into perpetuity. So when the time is right to transition from a pilot to routine regulatory review, FDA can help ensure that the pilot mindset is successfully integrated into day-to-day review practices. Learning from pilots and the paired meeting programs, so the learnings that come out of the pilots and the paired meeting programs can be entered into FDA knowledge management systems to foster consistency and broad application of innovations across the therapeutic areas. So in closing, the impact of increased adoption of innovative clinical trials is clear. We not only increase the ability to engage patients more inclusively in research, we ultimately gain new treatment options faster for more patients while maintaining high standards. So bio-member companies stand ready to co-create this modern ecosystem where innovations can flourish. So thanks, Kevin. Back to you.
Thanks, Amy. No, I appreciated the concreteness of your comments and recommendations. And I think for all of us as we get into this session, and hopefully we have time for the audience to participate, like give us your real concrete, like what could we try to do tomorrow type of recommendations. It's really appreciated. Mickey, please take it from here.
Thank you. And thank you for having me. I'm just going to give you a little bit of background to set the stage for my comments, and I'll be brief. I've kind of been observing the last day and a half. I read the notes from yesterday as I wasn't here, but it has been very interesting to see what's been discussed. So my background, I'm a pediatric infectious disease person, and I'm also a clinical pharmacologist. I've been at the Duke-Margolis Research Institute for over 15 years, and I now lead the Center for Clinical Research Innovation at the DCRI. I also worked for a couple of years at the Food and Drug Administration, and I'm also currently the Chief Medical Advisor for Lightship, which is a company that's delivering decentralized clinical trial services. So I feel that I'm in a unique space of being in a clinical, in a Center for Clinical Research Innovation, where we're seeing a lot of these innovations being submitted, new technologies to improve the clinical research process. And in my other life, I'm also seeing how these innovations are actually being implemented in the real world. And sometimes it feels that there may be a little bit of a disconnect. So my first point, and in thinking about the future, which is kind of the topic of this particular panel, is on first tackling adoption. And I think as we think about developing new technology, it's very important to keep in mind to think about the human factor. So we can have the best app, the best AI algorithm that's helping us conduct clinical research, but it may be that people don't trust that algorithm, or it may be that some people don't have cell phones, or they live in zones where internet is not reliable. So it may be the best product and the best tech, but if we're not thinking about the human factor, that just makes it a little challenging for adoption. We were doing a very large national program around COVID, and it was specifically concentrated in underserved populations. So we thought we were knocking it out of the park because we're collecting common data elements, so we're harmonizing all the data so that everybody can collect it in the same way and then analyze it very easily. And then we got comments as we were starting to receive some of the data that some of the fields were missing. And one example was related to questions around disability. And when we started looking into it further, we realized that it was a very specific group of people that were not answering the questions, and these were people living in Pacific Islands. And when we went back and asked the question, why are you not answering the questions? They're like, well, I didn't know how to answer the questions because none of the questions really apply to anything that I do in my daily life. So if you were to ask me questions around how to create a bowl of rice, then I could have answered the questions and you could have picked up what my level of disability was. So the point being that, in this case, it was just a survey, it was just data elements, but if you're thinking about technologies, it's very important to think about, who the user is. And not only that, we can get very specific to have the cultural sensitivity to include everybody in what's gonna be those responses. So that's one part of adoption. The other part, which I'm not gonna expand a lot, is I think people have mentioned this, it is on, the different stakeholders and the different roles from patients, investigators, sites, regulators and sponsors. And I think Al mentioned yesterday communities. And I think that there are a lot of opportunities to adopt and implement some of these innovations. It takes will, the innovations are there. Maybe pick some projects that have less risk or are gonna present less risk to the regulators. But it takes some will within different companies to be able to get this done. And maybe starting with de-risking some of the projects would be a good place. So adoption will be one area that I think was represented over the past day and a half. The second point that I wanted to highlight is we heard a lot about integrating clinical research into healthcare. And I think definitely that presents a lot of opportunities. I also think that it can be a little bit one-dimensional. And I say that because the reality here and in other countries, we talked about global collaboration, is that not everybody's accessing the healthcare system. So if we're thinking of merging clinical research with the healthcare system, there's still gonna be people that are gonna be left out, either because there are barriers to access the health system or because there are stigma around accessing the health system or people are using maybe non-traditional medicines to access the health system. So I think we need to keep in mind of maybe thinking about embedding clinical research in communities. So it's merging clinical research with healthcare, it's merging clinical research with communities, and then it's merging clinical research in our daily lives. And I think there's so much data that's being collected around us that we can probably harness some of that to then think about new clinical trial endpoints that could be collected seamlessly in our daily lives in everything that we're doing. So thinking about that in terms of community and daily lives will be important. And then the last point, and I'll stop, is maybe this presents an opportunity to think about moonshot innovation. And by that I mean, what's gonna happen in 50 years, right? So what are the things that we need to think about today that are gonna set the stage for 50 years from now? And I think we heard a lot about clinical trial simulation and modeling-informed drug development. I think that's going to be supercharged by advances in artificial intelligence and quantum computing and access to data. So while today I think we're very focused on increasing participation of people in clinical trials, and especially all people, one thing that came in a recent think tank is in 50 years, maybe we won't have people participate in clinical trials because our predictive models are gonna be so accurate and so precise that maybe my great-grandchildren are gonna ask, what's a clinical trial? And there's precedent for that. I mean, in the pediatric clinical trial space, there have been approvals without enrolling a single child. So there is precedent to think about in that way, but just recognizing that's far down the line, and certainly the experiences that we're having today are gonna help us get there.
Thank you, Mickey. I think that's a pretty inspiring 50 years. I once went to a DCRI meeting and I said, oh, that's impossible, and someone threw something at me. So I get where you're coming from. We'll come back to that because I think there's some great ideas there. Amy Abernathy, why don't you go next, please?
Terrific. And I was thinking the same thing, which is I love the 50-year vision. We're here today and for the past 2 days, in my understanding, to help FDA and CDER think how to achieve the most progress in the near term in innovating in the clinical trial space while maintaining the evidentiary standard. A little bit about myself. I'm an oncologist by background, was at DCRI a little bit before Mickey's time, and then at Flatiron Health and Verily, 2 tech companies, and also Principal Deputy Commissioner of FDA until 2021. So think about this from the perspective of a number of different lenses. The first thing that I wanted to acknowledge is we've been talking about the importance of why to innovate in the clinical trial space. One thing that we haven't brought to the table yet is that the demand for evidence generation in clinical trials, part of the why in this, that demand signal is going up very, very quickly. That's because of innovation in the biomedical space. It's because of post-marketing demands, as we were talking about with Rich. It's because of AI-based healthcare products. All of these are creating a demand signal that we got used to within the context of COVID, needing to do many clinical trials and quickly, and we're going to need to figure out how to continue to do at scale. So we actually have an urgent supply and demand problem, and in order to address an urgent supply and demand problem, we really need to think about what can we do in the near term to unlock capacity that already exists, and then also innovate in the way research is done so that we can streamline the work to be done. Before I get to some of the specifics of how I think that we might do this, I wanted to talk a little bit about figuring out how to do the work. It's interesting that the conversation around the pilot has been a constant refrain at this meeting. And Patricia reminded us that we need to move beyond the pilots. And one of the things I reflect on, I guess also with my health tech background, is that the definition of pilot is different by audience. And so really trying to get to what are we trying to achieve. You know, I think about this within the context of my FDA, former FDA hat. I think about pilots within the context of, for example, the RWE commitments within pilots in PDUFA 7. Amy just mentioned those pilots in PDUFA 7 a minute ago. And these are agreed upon, but sometimes slow-moving projects that are all intended to help the field move forward. They have a number of potential limitations. They typically require a manufacturer to bring forward a proposal. They often are happening within the context of 5-year timelines, and then by the time information gets fully implemented, it may be a bit out of date. And they also have very formal scope and requirements that limit the flexibility. But there's something important embedded in here. This allows us to meet an important public transparency objective, and it provides a framework and a program through which FDA can meaningfully participate, including through users' fees. So through that, FDA knows how to be at the table. So I think we can learn from this setup. It has incredible value, and there is the opportunity to build towards pilot-type actions with more flexibility and differing shapes to the projects, especially how we make sure that FDA can meaningfully participate and think about that going forward. I also think about pilots from a different lens, healthcare delivery system lens, a tech company lens, a researcher lens, and thinking about pilots as a way to figure out how to pull it off, but often as one-offs. But they do teach you what to do, as Rich reminded us. So that if we think about the point behind pilots, perhaps we can leverage them in the right way. They should have the following features: focus on solving critical problems and uncovering what needs to be known in order to be well understood how to move forward. Providing clarity to diverse stakeholders. I call this building familiarity across the ecosystem. Help us focus on isolating the features and solutions that will allow us to scale an intervention and innovation into the future. And that's one of the things that we need to get really good at as we conduct pilots. And building towards a codified set of how-tos. This may show up in guidance, in protocols, etc. I learned this during my Flatiron days together with Friends of Cancer Research and the Oncology Center of Excellence, and then we replicated the model through the Evidence Accelerator within the context of COVID, where multiple groups came together to solve a common problem, write a common protocol, define common data elements, define the analysis, reflect on similarities and differences, and what that did was build that critical familiarity, and I think that's an important thing for us to continue to reflect going forward. I watched FDA say, I trust this, I'm not so sure about that, for innovations to be brought to the table that others didn't know about, and this is going to be an important part of how we urgently solve the solution, solve the problem of meeting our demand, our capacity problem. Back to the clinical trial capacity problem. So where do I think we should focus our attention in order to unlock capacity that already exists and streamline how research is done? The first thing I think we need to do is unlock our ability to use all available data when appropriate to reduce the documentation burden in clinical trials. And we need to work on the details of exactly how to do this. It's come up several times over the last couple of days. So Neil mentioned EHR to EDC on the last panel, and I think this is important work, but thus far it's been really hard and it doesn't scale. Also, not all the data are in the EHR. Most of the time that there's new data that need to be collected. Sometimes data elements conflict with each other. In clinical trials, we worry a lot about making sure, for example, adverse effects are clearly documented and attributed. We need to make sure that those kind of details get into place, even if we're going to leverage data from all sources. John Concato reminded us it's about the data, and so we should be talking, in my mind, around source data frameworks. For example, we need to think about what it means when data are coming in simultaneously from the EHR for certain participant descriptors. Data might be coming from registry systems like cancer registries for details like cancer histology and stage, and then the study investigator and the study team might need to document, for example, adverse effects or other details come directly from the patient. How do we think about data quality and the details across all these different kinds of data elements? How do we deal with the need to be able to access source data? What source data verification and risk-based monitoring look like in these kind of landscapes? How are we going to deal with the privacy and legal frameworks? What does does OSI really need to do to review the data, and how does a regulatory reviewer think about the data set? How are sponsors going to be confident enough to participate? If we're going to go forward with the innovations that we've talked about over the last 2 days, we've got to think through all the details. The second area of innovation I think we should think about is making it possible for patients at research-capable organizations to participate. The first thing we have to focus on is to bring research capacity off the sidelines. You've heard that for many health systems, conducting research is complex and frankly financially infeasible. There is a critical healthcare workforce shortage going on, and so we've got to responsibly streamline how studies are conducted. Software and data technologies can help, but we have to focus on the operational details, and for every task we have to ask, why is that task important? What can be done differently? What must the investigator do, etc.? I have some examples in case you're curious. And then for patients, there's so much work to do. Participant recruitment is 30% of the clinical trial budget. Wow. We need to develop and test innovations in every direction in this space. For example, improving understanding and acceptability of clinical trials as a clinical option for patients. Finally, we need to focus on contemporary use cases and test concepts together with sponsors, regulators, ClinOps teams, researchers, etc., directly in clinical care settings. COVID created a global emergency and taught us how to work together. Today's demand signals are the next coming wave of AI-based healthcare technologies. It's cell and gene therapies, it's post-marketing. Leverage the demand signal to make sure that we now bring the capacity off the sidelines and take it forward. I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, please, Craig.
Thanks, Amy. Thanks, Kevin. And thank you to Margolis and FDA for this opportunity. As Kevin mentioned, my name is Craig Lipset. I co-chair a nonprofit collaboration called the Decentralized Trials and Research Alliance. DTRA is a membership organization exclusively focused on easing access to research participation globally. In a past life, I was the head of clinical innovation at a large pharmaceutical company. And with that as a job title, I would frequently be asked, what is innovation? What do you even mean by innovation? So I'm going to take a step backward because for me, innovation, the way we used to define it, and I still do to this day, is an idea from which you derive value. It's pretty simple in that regard, except it has to go beyond the idea. So in many ways, a pilot in and of itself isn't necessarily the hard part. The hard part is implementation and scale and adoption, because that's how you get value out of your idea. In the clinical research enterprise, getting value from an idea typically means we need scale. And I think some other folks to my right mentioned scale as well a moment ago. It was mentioned on the last panel how most of our trials are global today. And so not only do we need scale, we need to be able to scale that innovation globally. With that as a benchmark, how are we doing in industry so far? Because short of electronic data capture and eTMF, it's hard to point to a lot of innovations that we have implemented as an industry at scale globally. And so there's a lot of opportunity here for us clearly to do better. We have a pipeline issue in this industry. And I don't mean our drug pipeline, I mean our non-drug pipeline. Our pipeline of innovation opportunities is stuck. If the only things we can point to are EDC and eTMF as getting through the pipeline at enterprise scale, we have a problem. But one breadcrumb for us that was mentioned in the panel with the gentleman from Health Canada, SAR, had mentioned that we are really good at risk mitigation because, as everybody has pointed out over and again, we're a risk-averse industry. And so how do we harness that insight and not look at it as some sort of limitation that we need to overcome? In truth, most all innovations that we may look at have an equal and opposite risk mitigation attached to them. When I was working in pharma, the way we brought e-consent through in our organization wasn't just by focusing on health literacy and improving access to information. It was about mitigation of protocol deviations, mitigations related to signatures, dates, and versions. When we think about decentralized clinical trial adoption over the last 3 years, it was not because we saw the light that patients were struggling for access and their experience was in need of a makeover. It was because of a pandemic that placed all of our clinical trials in jeopardy, and now decentralization became a risk mitigation strategy. How else could we ensure that patients would have access to investigational product that they relied on, and that we could continue to generate the data that we relied on? Even today, when we talk about diversity action plans, this is not being adopted because we've seen the light, but it's a risk mitigation strategy for many. Without implementing our diversity action plans, we might face delays or other constraints when we're confronting regulators with our submissions. And so with that in mind, how do we actually embrace the risk-averse environment in which we operate? Don't run from it, acknowledge it. Say the serenity prayer and acknowledge the operating environment in which we're trying to drive change, and use that to drive progress. Now, there are, I guess I've heard 2 themes and 5 themes. I'm going to drop 4 themes in terms of my takeaways from the last 2 days, and I'll try to give some actions attached to these. One key theme for me is around predictability. I think Patrizia opened yesterday with exactly the right message when she commented on modernization around inspection. I think that there's a lot of change management inside of CDER for that to happen. But my hope is that that change management doesn't stop with internal efforts. The research community, industry, needs to see that people got the memo, that they read the memo, and that they embraced the memo, as Patrizia had mentioned yesterday. Because if industry can see that, then they can react to it and have a different set of predictable expectations for when an inspection takes place. Predictability, without it, as Bea mentioned yesterday, inconsistency hurts or even kills change management. A second opportunity that I've heard about is around accountability. Clearly, we've all said CDER, FDA cannot drive change and innovation in our industry on their own. There's a level of accountability with industry, academia, collaborations and consortia, and others. And Esther yesterday gave us a clue of what accountability there can start to look like with the Converge or the Convergence project, right? She hinted at this with Milken and Faster Cures, with City, with the national academies, with the MRCT, Multi-Regional Clinical Trial Center, putting together a collective blueprint. We are, Jeff mentioned this on the last panel, we're missing our national action plan, our collective blueprint, our meta-collaboration framework with accountability. This is an industry that lives on KPIs and accountability. But what's the accountability that we have for maintaining and sustaining progress? What are our desired end goals and who is accountable for what here? And so I do believe leveraging some of the learnings from the example with City, the National Academies, Milken, and MRCT is a call to action and opportunity for us to develop a similar framework with accountability, both for the public agencies as well as the private sector. Esther mentioned yesterday that we have to keep taking these steps, but without accountability, what we've seen is those steps go forward and they go backward. The steps in progress forward during the pandemic are turning into steps the wrong direction post-pandemic. With accountability, we can have confidence that the steps are continuing the right direction. A third theme for me from this meeting has been around our incentives or occasionally our misaligned incentives. And some called out yesterday what happens when reviewers take risk and the exposure and vulnerability that they face in the media or otherwise in the public domain. Clear and loud disincentives that those reviewers face that we need to be cognizant of. But Amy on a panel yesterday gave props to the division for the approval that was made with an external control arm in the last week. Those reviewers took risks and they need to be celebrated. We need to find ways that make sure that those who've taken a risk and have delivered progress for us are known and recognized and that there's spotlights on them. Without that, the only incentive is swinging the wrong direction with those individuals. Likewise, when we think about the future of whether it's inspections, IRB reviews, or otherwise, what are the opportunities to flip the incentives around? What are the opportunities going forward for inspections no longer to just accept the status quo, but challenge the status quo? Why do we accept consent on paper, recognizing the compliance and other concerns that it raises around confidence with a signature or data version? Why do we accept these when we can see the electronic and digital and technological solutions that are available to us? When ethics committees, inspectors, and others start to challenge not on why did you embrace that innovative approach, but why did you accept the status quo given its known constraints and liabilities, I think then we'll have the right incentives to unlock progress. I think the last mention that I'll give here is we've heard this, one other note on incentives. I'm just going to click back one quick second, rewind on the live stream. We've talked a lot about that bridge between research and healthcare, but I haven't heard us understand if healthcare wants that bridge. So far, we're talking a lot about research building a bridge to healthcare, but again, what are the incentives for healthcare to care about that bridge? We have our problems in research, but they have plenty of problems in healthcare, and I don't think they want a bridge without incentives that are properly understood to be able to engage, collaborate, and partner. Last theme for me has been around this notion of fit-for-purpose innovation. You know, when I talk to groups, whether it's around decentralized trials or even whether it's topics like e-source or other types of innovations, we always gravitate to the most complex possible use case imaginable. And we lose track of that fit-for-purpose theme, of keeping it simple, of just embracing decentralized methods that we can include in studies, or thinking through what exactly is the source data for this particular study, and how can we simplify and streamline that acquisition. Some people have said to me, maybe we need new lexicon for some of these terms, decentralized or e-source. People are getting spooked by them. Somebody mentioned earlier about the fear of innovation. We can change our words and we'll wind up right back where we are. I think our challenge is not emphasizing simplicity. It's not which terms we're using, whether we're talking about DCT today or AI tomorrow. How do we simplify these to make them accessible? Thank you. Over to you, Martin.
Go ahead, Martin.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Martin Mendoza, and I'm currently the Director of Health Equity for the All of Us Research Program. Previous to that, I served in the HHS Office of the Secretary, and also spent a number of years from 2014 to 2019 at FDA. And so, as you can probably guess, I'm going to center my remarks around clinical trial innovation around health equity, diversity, and inclusion. So I'm not going to go into any sort of long talk about why we need this. I think everyone here knows the numbers. 90% plus of European ancestry. We are heading towards this minority-majority population status. For those under 18, we're actually already there. So the question I think more is, what do we do about it, right? And so back when I was an FDA employee, this was something that I spent a lot of time thinking about. And so in 2016, I authored an FDA guidance document, which is the first FDA guidance document that really put this idea of a plan that FDA recommended that sponsors should include a plan for inclusion of diverse populations in their phase 3 clinical trials. Fast forward one pandemic later that disproportionately affected communities of color, and some action by Congress, and we now have our diversity action plan law. So for anyone not familiar with what a diversity action plan is, this is simply, there are a couple requirements, but basically sponsors, once FDA publishes its final guidance on this, will be required to tell FDA what are their recruitment goals. They'll have to disaggregate it by race, ethnicity, sex, age. They'll have to give the justification why, and they'll have to say how they, what sort of measures, what sort of strategies are they going to use to achieve those goals. So the question then becomes, what sort of innovations are going to be needed to meet those various recruitment goals? So there are a couple of barriers here. As I'm sure most folks here know, 50% of clinical trials are conducted in the same 2% of zip codes, right? And so that means we're likely not getting diverse participants. It's really the same large sites, the same PIs, and that means that community-based clinicians and others are not able to be engaged, and then therefore the patients they serve are also not able to be engaged. And so what can we do about that? Well, as you know, I'm currently with the All of Us Research Program. All of Us is not a clinical trial. It is clinical research. And so for anyone not familiar with what All of Us is an effort to enroll 1 million folks that reflect the diversity of the United States to donate their health data to the program. We collect survey data, biosamples, blood, urine, saliva. We link electronic health records, Fitbit data. The goal is really to provide a whole picture of human health, right? And to make that anonymized data available to researchers on our platform. And so something that the All of Us program has really done is we've been able to achieve really unprecedented diversity. So we're about, we've enrolled about 550,000 folks within the program, and of those 550,000, about 46% self-identify as diverse by race and ethnicity, and about 87% identify under a category we call unrepresented in biomedical research. So that includes not just race ethnicity, but things like sexual gender minorities, those with disabilities, those in rural populations, those with low access to healthcare, lower incomes, et cetera. So about 87% of our participants fall into this category. And so we think that a lot of the innovations we've done can be scaled and applied to clinical trials in general. So what are some of the things we have done? One is we baked in the need for diversity early on in the program. So before any site was awarded or anybody was enrolled, we made sure that we were selecting diverse sites within the program. We engaged healthcare provider organizations, large ones as well as smaller ones like FQHCs, and we made sure that the folks had the opportunity to join when they were coming in for either treatment or their wellness visit, what have you. So a whole host of options there. We also offer, we have mobile units that travel the country where people can enroll, and of course an online option. So that was one innovation we did. The other innovation we did was we created what we call a division of engagement. So this division is separate from our enrollment division. The division of engagement is charged specifically with going into communities and creating that trust that you hear folks talk about. And so that is something that is, again, started way before we enrolled our first participant. And then the third innovation, which I think, which I would really like those clinical trialists here to think about, is something we call return of value to our participants. So one of the things we offer is that when someone donates a biosample to all of us, as a return of value to them, we offer the ability to give them back their genetic information. So things like both your ancestry, as well as what is your hereditary risk, as well as some pharmacogenomic data. We offer them the ability to join future studies. We offer information in English and Spanish about research findings that their data helped inform in general. So, and this is why we believe that folks keep joining our program, and diverse folks in particular all seem to be joining our program at a fairly high rate. And so we believe that if these innovations can be translated into the clinical trial space, that we can have very diverse participation within our clinical trials, and that we'll have some good results that come from these diversity action plans.
Thank you, Martin. So I think we have about 20 minutes left, and I'm going to go ahead and say now, if you are in the audience in person or online, go ahead and start trying to come up or submitting your questions online so we can work those in, and I will kind of integrate them into the moderated questions here for us. So I think I'm supposed to say use the QR code and go to slido.com and type in CTI, but you've probably heard that now 7 times. So I'm going to start with you, Martin, or really maybe open up for the whole panel. I think this concept of how can diversity action plans help us understand innovations, and I'll connect it to a comment that Craig said too. I mean, we have to risk mitigate. So we've been told now we have to recruit more diverse and representative populations in our clinical trials, and obviously that's it's not like we don't do it because we don't think it's important. It's hard, and so we're going to have to be innovative in order to make that possible. So how can having these diversity action plans and what are now some of the requirements in, say, Fedora, which requires you to tell the FDA what you're doing and what your experience is with these innovative approaches and your strategies to achieve diversity in trials, how can that help us learn and move forward with innovation? Feel free to take it and then open it up to the group.
Yeah, so I think I want to start off by saying that that there is I think, somewhat of a myth out there that that diverse recruitment, diverse enrollment is going to substantially increase the cost and the time. Jennifer Miller recently put out a paper that showed that actually if these things are thought about early on in the trial, the recruitment time isn't really affected. Boston Scientific, I believe, they had their platinum trial that while that was a device trial, it showed that when they thought about things early, they were actually able to finish their recruitment about 6 months ahead of time, I believe. And so really, I think the point I want to share here is that when we think about things early, we plan early, we bake it into the protocol. This isn't an afterthought. I know it sounds simple, but really these are some basic things that I think that can be done, and if they are done, they will really help to further the inclusion of diverse participants within clinical trials.
Thanks, Martin. Anyone else want to comment?
You know,
One quick.
Yeah.
Just one quick comment on that. You know, some of this, like Martin said, I don't think that it's really rocket science. So one very practical lesson that we learned is, you know, if you want to enroll underrepresented minorities in research, go to communities where you can find underrepresented minorities and find investigators and clinics that represent those minorities. Because if the investigator and the clinical research staff, you know, represent the minorities that you're trying to enroll, then it's more likely that their patients are going to want to enroll in the trial because they have a lot of trust in their caregivers. So some of these are very practical. You know, don't go to your usual sites, but go to sites that actually, you know, are in the community that you want to enroll.
So, Craig, I saw you want to make a comment, and Amy too, but I want to ask you, Mickey, a question though. What do you think would incentivize those investigators to participate in the trials?
Yeah, so I think like a lot of investigators, they want to bring new medicines to their patients. And I think that they often are naturally excluded because maybe they don't have the full experience of clinical research. That experience can certainly be supplemented in different ways. That also is not rocket science to fix. You know, if they're incentivized to provide new therapies and new access to therapies to their patients, I think that that's one aspect. I think that they also want to be part of the clinical research ecosystem. When we ask them, yes, they're obviously strapped for time. Yes, it's not easy to do, but I think that they're willing to go through the training. I think that they're willing to train their staff to be able to do some of these, you know, clinical research assessments. We just need to have an open mind of, yes, maybe it's going to take a little more effort to try to get them up to speed, but that effort is certainly going to pay off.
Thanks, Mickey. Craig, and then Amy.
every innovation has a risk mitigation. If you are not deploying diversity countermeasures, your sites are underperforming because they're probably just enrolling a bunch of white people. And so at best, they're 50% effective. And so there is a performance and efficiency story here, just as you were mentioning with that data from Jennifer Miller. Yesterday, Robert Metcalf talked about the importance of shared learning in our space. And so this is also a great call for us to make sure that the learnings captured from diversity action plans need to be shared learnings, and we need to leverage the collaborations that exist to treat these as a collective public health crisis that we're all working to address around ensuring representation in our data. A final note, the DCT draft guidance was mentioned earlier that was released last year. The language in there around enabling healthcare providers to support clinical trials by supporting the routine care activities is game-changing for opening up even more opportunities for providers and communities. Some of them may be absolutely right to be an investigator, as Mickey mentioned. Others may not be, but that's okay. We can still open doors by enabling them to participate, focusing on routine care.
Go ahead, Amy. All right, well, I'm going to take one from the room. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I really appreciate the talk about how to create representation and focusing on communities. I represent rural and frontier. One of the key constraints that we're seeing, though, is actually on the feasibility end. Where is the innovation on how sites are selected in the feasibility? Like you talked about, we have like 2 zip codes. We want to participate in clinical trials, but when it comes to the SMB, how do we make sure that there is a relativity to what we're trying to do and looking for that response on the frontier? That's my question.
All right, I see Rich is ready to respond. Go ahead, Rich.
You know, I'm of the, it's not rocket science issue. But let me give you a few examples. So in the study that I've been running with the American Society of Clinical Oncology, known as the TAPER study, we have been able to enroll a very diverse patient population in that study. How did we do that? One was careful site selection. We went to sites that showed us that their patient demographics, you know, focused primarily on underrepresented populations. We wanted to be sure that the trial was available in rural communities. We went to the state of Maine, which has one of the most rural populations in the country. We worked with the Jackson Laboratories. They set up a community oncology network that includes all of the community oncologists in the state of Maine in a hub and spoke model. So the trial is available through JAX to all the community oncologists in the state of Maine, to all the patients they serve in the state of Maine. The data comes in from JAX to our central data operations center. And it's been working beautifully. The oncologists there are delighted to have access to the trial, as are the patients. But you can't fix just one part of the system. You can't fix just the site selection. 30 years ago, the National Cancer Institute had a program called the Minority Initiative Program, where they were paying clinical trial sites extra money to put more minority patients on clinical trials. It largely failed. Why? Because the trials were the same, super complicated, multiple inclusion-exclusion criteria, and so on. So paying to get more patients on a trial that they couldn't qualify for didn't help solve the problem. So you have to fix every part, the site selection, the inclusion-exclusion criteria, the required trial evaluations, et cetera, et cetera. If you do all of those things, you can get a more diverse population in the trial.
And it gives us an open door, to be honest, to have that conversation, because sometimes we're just completely overlooked. And that's what I guess I'm encouraging today, is more discussion about how to zoom out on these communities by subsequently, we talked about familiarity. Familiarity is the new simplicity. It's the Occam's razor to get a lot of these diversity action plans. And these communities aren't created equal, and so we're just strongly encouraging, and maybe that's the first step, the common denominator for all of us to gain entree into the system.
It's so important that you're sharing this perspective here, because site selection and feasibility today in industry is just a data-driven exercise.
Right.
And when people are just relying on data without context, they're going to keep skipping you and keep skipping over sites in frontier settings. Because when they're looking at their data and they're drawing heat maps and they're creating circles saying this is where the patients are, they think you don't have them because they don't realize the strategies you're deploying to be able to reach them. And so I really appreciate your calling that out here.
And one last thing too is about retention. That's something else I think is broadly overlooked in the evaluation and site selection, because one thing that we excel at and the data supports is that our rural patients are largely retained over the national average. So that trust converts to better longitudinal data, your survival outcomes. So I think there's just a lot of tinkering that we can do together, get down to brass tacks, on these initiatives. And thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the perspective as well. Don't get me started on data. But maybe I will take that and pivot to something that you said, Craig, which was related to how we're going to evaluate that we're making progress. So I'd like to turn it to the panel while others think of questions. How will we be able to evaluate that we've made some successful steps forward in the implementation or adoption of innovative approaches in trials? Rich, you're raising your hand. Go ahead.
Well, the first thing we should do is quit writing white papers, because white papers, sort of lay out a path forward, but we have to go way beyond white papers toward implementation. So the white papers ought to be a foundation for development of new FDA guidance. The white papers ought to be a foundation for developing new protocol templates. But then we have to go beyond that. The question is not have we changed the protocols. The question is have we changed the participants in the protocols. So are the changes we're trying to implement getting the populations into the studies that we want to have in the studies? And so I think that's a key element, excuse me, a key element in all this is that we have to follow this through to its logical conclusion. The FDA writes terrific guidances, but who is following them? And what levers can the FDA pull to incentivize sponsors to follow those guidelines? I can tell you that 14 years ago, we published data suggesting that one could reduce significantly adverse event reporting in post-market clinical trials. It took about 12 years for that to translate into some level of guidance, and it's not clear yet that any sponsors are actually reducing adverse event collection. So we need to understand what is the ultimate impact of all of this work on achieving the end game of getting more participants into clinical trials.
Yeah, it's a great point. So I think my takeaway is that it's not just the outputs that we're churning out these things, it's the outcomes that we need to make sure we're measuring those. I see we are, running short on the time, even though Garrett will probably let me go a little bit over. So I wanted to give everyone on the panel some time to help close out, but I want you to keep this one question in mind, which is why we convened this meeting over the past 2 days, which is what, from these insights, what can CDER do next going forward to help promote innovative approaches in clinical trials? And I know we've already heard many examples, so if you want to just pick the one most salient one and reiterate that, you can. Rich, did you want to add anything? Or? All right, thank you, Rich. Go ahead, Amy.
This gives me an opportunity to squeeze in another go beyond, but I think what we're talking about here too is sustainability in terms of innovation, right? So we're really going beyond the early adopters, and what we're, from the sponsor perspective, we're looking at regulatory precedent. So often when our project teams are thinking about their studies, their therapeutic areas, their endpoints, right? They're looking at regulatory precedent, what's been done before, what are we doing differently? So I think, and FDA is already doing this, but I think it's also part of our ecosystem and community to keep sharing what we're doing, right? Keep publishing in peer-reviewed journals. FDA maybe could even use FDA Track to start, perhaps, giving us some numbers about, what kind of innovations have been used and where. So I know I will pass it on.
I will just say, we, like John's checkbox, although it's not on the 1571s, we did just recently put a checkbox on our protocol review templates to flag some innovative approaches. So we're gonna try that one. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yeah, I'm just going to echo what John said before, engage regulators early and frequent. I think that's definitely a proven path, and maybe in those engagements, CDER can be more proactive about asking, okay, in this protocol, in this study, what are the innovations that you're implementing, so that can prompt, sponsors to think about, okay, what can we implement? FDA is open to it, and then submit it, and then have a dialogue. This is not necessarily straightforward or easy, but it's definitely possible.
That's a great one. Thank you.
Specifically, I would focus on FDA's ability to start helping us think through the details with respect to source data coming from many different places. What does that actually going to mean? How can we populate the clinical trials data set and decrease the burden of data collection? How do we help the review process? How do we help the inspection process? So that really is a place to focus.
To help us with that vision for where this puck is supposed to be going, and with the accountability both within that CDER and FDA are taking, but that the rest of us need to take in turn to keep us moving forward, help us to kickstart the progress meter so that we can actually see if we're actually moving this field forward toward a shared end state or a shared future state, or if it really is what it sometimes feels like the bar is sliding left and right rather than to keep moving forward.
I'm going to steal from my name of my program. It takes all of us, really. It takes, obviously, our regulators. It takes the private sector. And I think most importantly, it takes communities. So I would really love to see CDER and FDA double down on their efforts to convene all three together.
Great. Well, I want to just thank the panel, unless there are any other questions, and yield the time back over to Garrett. Again, thank you to the Duke-Margolis team and everyone from FDA who helped kind of plan and organize the session, and from everyone who participated. I think this is really just a starting point for us to make more forward momentum on this. Thank you all.
Kevin, thank you so much, as well as everybody else. Listen, I'm going to be quick. I don't want to risk diluting anything from the last session, or frankly, the last 2 days. We've heard about a lot of great initiatives, many specific examples. As we look to build upon those, I want to reemphasize what Kevin had to say. This is the first in a series of conversations CDER is going to have on the subject, and frankly, it grossly minimizes it to talk about it as a series of conversations. The bolus of work ongoing that informs these conversations is should be evident to anybody by the level of presentation and investment of senior leadership throughout these 2 days. But me and the team, we'll be thanking them and you all to end this too. We have been working together for about 7 months. Normally it's about 5 months or so, but between docket submission, analysis of submissions to date, et cetera, you get a window into the amount of work, and it's far beyond just the folks that have been in this room. Very brief summary of discussions from today. First panel on global regulatory efforts. Really appreciated the points on it's not just about modernizing the guidances, it's about modernizing the approach. Big part of that is the stakeholder engagement component. Appreciated CARE's example of the 6 academic regional incorporations, but it is more than that. And it's these efforts related to trainings that are more sophisticated, that are use case based, that do give the opportunity to roll up sleeves, have people in the room working and learning together. It's different than just the critical and exciting and important work to update the guidances. Lots of inputs also on, it's not just the ICH guidances, I think it was Lucia, but others too, talking about these other ex-US collaborative offerings that kind of feed almost a bottom-up, I think I'm borrowing Peter's terms there, a bottom-up approach to some of these advancements. And also, you know what, great point. Maybe for certain things we're not going to be at the harmonization point yet, AI, certain RWE efforts, but that doesn't mean that best practices and that all of this cross-collaborative communication that's been servicing ICH guide updates, et cetera, those are still useful for these areas that are growing that aren't quite at harmonization point. The public-private partnership part, so great to see so many example-heavy kind of contributions, whether it was starting off with a relationship with FARA and the Frederick J. Taxi approval that we were also excited about yesterday. It was so nice to see that come back again today. Stuff that we've all known about for a long time, say iSpy, say LungMap, but evolution since then, pragmatic lung, inactive 6, Ryan's examples, EHR and additional RWE examples, diagnostics as well. Borrowing from Jeff and kind of the reunion party component, a lot of you I haven't seen in 5 years. I've been doing kind of different stuff. And to arrive now, 5 years later, there are so many more examples. It's exciting to see. Sure, ton of work, fallibilities, all this other stuff, but it is at a different point than 5 years ago. Some of the commonalities, for one, these haven't been copy and paste exercises, maybe borrowing from Martin yesterday, kind of starting with the white blank page. Stop, think, what matters most, align with others, and then you build it out from there. Prioritize what matters most, whether it's the FDA or other stakeholders, communicate early and often. I think we basically closed the show with that. Appreciate John Concata giving some examples on exactly how to do that with the agency. Come on, basic stuff. Figure out how to minimize burden for patients, investigators, sites, iterate on plans, and then you build it. Lastly, and this one I really am not going to cheapen it by shortening it, grateful for the concrete efforts and examples, whether it be kind of immediately or 50-year North Star stuff. I guess I'll just kind of thank Richard for the post-market start, Amy B for the 5 key opportunities that go beyond stuff, really good, really specific. Mickey linking the human elements, not letting us forget about the community piece, which frankly closed the show. Amy A, unlocking capacity. Craig, innovation and scalability or lack of scalability in many ways. Martin, how to address the persistent and terrible equity scenario we still exist with. And the last thing, kind of everybody again, getting community sites involved. Lastly, this is always my favorite part, but let me make sure I don't forget anybody. Sure, I've got it here. I must have it. Well, I can almost do it off the top of my head. FDA planning team, Kevin Began, Meghana Chalasani, Sehim Mehta, so many other people in the back room. Duke Side, Brian Cantor, Kate Sindoulis, Dure Kim, Hannah Vitelli, Luke Dursher. Thank you all so much. Everybody else that participated, couldn't be more grateful. Can't wait for the next run. Ton of stuff in between now and then. And then finally, the audience, whether you're here, whether you're virtual, let's keep this up. That's it. Take care for now.